Hello and welcome along to Moss Valley. After a few months, the winter wheat has ripened and it's time to get the combine out and gather it in. Will rain delay our harvest start though? Let's get farming. Our forecast is not looking very promising this morning. We've got 3 hours of rain from about 9 o'clock through to midday. So before I go and get the combine out and start that working, what I want to do is go and grab something from down at the shop. We have all of our vehicles coming up to an inspection next month. We really need to get them all through that, and some of them will even need repairs as well. I think the Landy here will probably be okay as it only has a single damage at the moment. So we're going to pop back up here to the shop. We're going to grab ourselves a repair kit and get that sorted. So we can find them under pallets. They're there. Servicing kit is what we're after. I would prefer it actually if these were... actually things that got consumed rather than just needing to buy one of them. But they are what they are, and I do like this mod. So we'll buy one of those for 500. And then that should be waiting outside here for us. We can then use the shop forklift to grab this and get it done. This electric forklift also needs to be maintained, but the shop can maintain this. We don't need to worry about it. And should be fairly quick to pick up here. I do like it having a forklift at the shop, and I recommend really with map creation that this is something that's added in. It's a very good and useful thing to have. Something like this owned by the shop that then can be used by the shop. Now, will this fit in like this? It might actually. It'll be really close to the back though, so I'm gonna just reorient it and we'll put it on sideways. So in from the side here, lift it up, and then we should be able to push it onto the trailer and have it sit here a little bit easier. So bring it up and on. See if we can center it a bit, and then down. We'll just push this onto the center so that it's a little bit better balanced. Otherwise, the trailer is going to be either back heavy or front heavy. That's got it. Right, let's put this away and get this back up to the farm. And as expected on our way back, here comes the rain. So this is not a surprise at all. We very much thought we were going to end up having this problem. I want to unload this actually into my workshop. We do have a workshop in itself, and I think that would be a very good place to put this. And we can probably get a couple of pieces of equipment in here to get them done. But yeah, perfect place to put this. So let's go grab our telehandler and we'll be able to unload that. We could always also do with doing some washing of our vehicles. I mean, this telehandler is looking very dirty at this point. And we've done a lot with it. So maybe we'll be able to get that done in the near future as well. We do have a, well, actually we do have one, a washing station just beside here. So I might just throw that over it. The trouble is that our yard does have a lot of mud in it. And so as a result, we end up getting our stuff very muddy very quickly. Take our forks in as far as they will go. Easily pick it up with the extending boom. And then this will very nicely slot in here somewhere, I think. Yeah, down. I'm going to go down the right-hand side. Or the left-hand side, sorry. Over here. And place this here. That way, all of this can be done in one place, and we can get everything doing at the same time. In fact, do we actually need to use this telehandler again today? And I don't think we do. So what I'm going to do is park this up here and open up the menu. We'll open the maintenance menu for it, and I want to start an inspection. So it takes an hour. It'll be completed at 10:04, so it'll be done in no time. In fact, I think that with this rain, then let's get the combine over here and get that inspected. I don't think that that's going to be too bad. Or in fact, no, we'll get it inspected at the end of today, because then we'll be able to get it moving. I think the tractor that we're going to use for carting, which is this one here, that is more important right now to get that sorted, because not only is this needing an inspection, it's also very close to being out of action for quite a while. And if we put it out of action today and tomorrow, that would get it ready for the rest of harvest. So we'll stop that there. We'll bring up the menu. We'll start an inspection. And yep, that will be going till 10:14 as well. I wonder if we can fit one more vehicle in this. Let's get the 8340 in there as well, because these are the vehicles that we're most likely to use over the next couple of days. This also has 2 damages, so taking this and the TM155 out of action is at the same time is going to cause us problems during the harvest. Let's see if we are close enough. We're not. So I think what we're going to have to do is wait till one of these is away from that in order to do it. In fact, we might do the carting with this today as it has less damages, and then do the TM155 ready for the bulk of the harvest in a few days' time. So as a result, I'm going to hook this up to the trailer. We won't pull the trailer out yet because I don't want the interior of it getting wet when we're going to put prop into it. But if we hook this up now, we'll be good. And then I think we can put the JCB in for repairs once it's been inspected. We might put the TM155 in as well, but I'd rather not lock everything up and not give us access to that if I can avoid it. While we've got a minute, we can have a look at the state of our productions, which seem to be going fairly well. We've got plenty of water and manure and seeds in the garden, so that's good. That is continuing to produce lettuce. We have used up all of the barley flour in our windmill, so that has now been deactivated. It's created a decent amount of pig food. We actually have 1,500 liters in the windmill, plus several stacks outside of it, so that's going to keep our pigs going for a while. But that means now that our bakery has a fair amount of flour in it. And yeah, 15,000 liters of flour that is working its way through. And our inspection is complete in our JCB. So 2 damages found, so 4 in total. And if we repair all 4 of those, then by the end of today, our JCB will be usable again. It's going to cost us £1,400. So let's repair the damages to that and get that sorted. Similarly, the inspection's complete on the TM155. 2 more damages, so 5 in total on this. And if we go to repair all 5 on those, that will be ready at 8:34 tomorrow morning. So we'll repair those as well. So that means that both of these pieces of equipment are out of action until then. So we'll close the door on those. And if we visit down at the bakery, yeah, we've got 1,000 liters here. So we've got 8,000 liters of bread ready to go, plus the 460 liters that are in there. So that's really good. And with it been doing 48 cycles a month with 90 flour per cycle, we are looking at it getting through 4,320 liters a month of flower. So it's going to take 3 months for it to clear through this, which is pretty good because that means it's doing it for most of our harvest last year. Will be turned into bread before the bread hits its best price of 3,256 in December. So that's really good. I'm very, very happy with that. That is going to make us a lot of money having converted this to converted all of our barley last year to bread. It's just coming up to midday and the rain is beginning to clear, and it's going to clear to clear skies, which is fantastic. So we'll jump in the combine, start her up, and unfold it as well. So we're ready to go. Lift up our header. And this is going to give us a clear run for the rest of the day. I don't think we're expecting any more rain. So as a result, this should mean that we could just easily get going. And once the rain actually finishes off completely, then we can start on this. Let's make sure that we are dropping a swath. Can't actually tell from here. Let's switch on. No. Turn it on like so. Turn on our header as well. The rain has fully stopped. Oh, the one thing I am hoping is that we are not going to get a big pile of mud behind us. We might sink into the field, and I need to be very careful of that. Oh, yeah. Wow. That is not overly happy. But give it a little while, and we should be fine, I think. The straw is actually helping us at the moment. We're on our way, and so up comes the wheat. We're half full by the time we're at the bottom end of the field here, and we've got a pretty good yield off here. It's lower down here because this is a section of silty clay as we get to the bottom of the valley. But in general, we've got a really strong yield off this field, especially at the top end where we've got the full loam. I'm quite happy with how this is going so far. We'll see what this is actually yielding once we've got a full headland done. But at the moment, it's yielding really strongly. And I'm expecting that we are going to have a much better harvest this year than we did last year. We've done a lot more work this year to get that better harvest. And at 2/3 full at this point, yeah, that's looking pretty strong. Slightly concerningly, we're already 84% full coming up this side. And as a result, I think we're going to have to make some space to get a tractor and trailer beside us. Can we get them beside us right now with the combine in the position is? No, that will be over into the other crop. So what I'm going to do is lift my header up. We'll back up here and we'll go and make a bit of space so that we can actually get in. We'll lose a little bit of straw due to this because it'll go into the front of the combine, but I think we should be able to get a tractor and trailer alongside us if we do this right. In fact, oh, that's not far enough. So let's back this out of here, come back a little bit further. I was trying to not destroy too much of the straw, but that's not going to be possible from what I can see here. So cut in here, create a nice little area, and that should be enough space. One of the useful things about making the divide between these two fields this wide is that I'm able to get the tractor to come up it as a track, which is very, very useful when the field is as muddy as it is and we're having to climb the hill. And we'll come over here and we'll get this emptied out. Should take a couple of these, I think. So if we empty this out here, like so, and then, yeah, that will take all of this. We'll just move the tractor and trailer out of the way once it's finished. and then we can continue on with our headlands. 45% full off of that, which is not bad at all. That was about 95% full combine. And we'll just pull this out of the way up here along this track. Yeah, struggling a little bit, but there we go. That's nicely out of the way. Turn the tractor off and we'll continue on. Coming back round to the point we started on this field, and we've got such a strong deep green on here that it's fantastic. The yield is just, we're getting 17 tons a hectare, which is just absolutely fantastic. I am very, very happy with that. And that is going to make a big difference to how much we make this year. We still are chasing this £1 million, of course. And if we can convert all of this into stuff that will make us extra money, so using our windmill to convert this into stuff that will make us a lot more cash, this is going to be fantastic. It's all, though, down to, can our windmill and our bakery actually work its way through all of this crop in time for us to make the most money out of it. Really, I want to try and keep this combine moving, and I think we might have to get course play up and running with it in order to do that. So let's just take this here. We'll get this unloading, and while that's unloading, let's set up a course. I should be able to set a course starting point. Currently not. I thought I could set a well, I can set a starting point for everything else. All right, here we go. So target position we set as this corner, and direction we set as that. Field position we already have. Right, open course generator, number of headlands 3, single tool headland, lands automatic. I'm gonna go longest edge and generate me a course. And unfortunately, that's done the whole field. Right, we've got to define a new course. We've got to define a new field. So we'll draw a custom field. I've left a little gap. You can see it right at the edge there. And the trouble is, because there's that gap there, course play isn't recognizing this field as two separate ones at the moment. So first point, second point, and then round the wavy ends of the field here. Then we've got a nice straight line up to this corner here, round there, and then round the edges here as well. I'm being very rough around the edges at the top there, and we're going to have to go and work through that. But we will save that custom field. Yes. And we need to select somebody at random to name the field after. So let's select the field. We're going to rename it. And congratulations go to KiwiMedic. You have the field named after you. So there we go. Yeah, field 33A is KiwiMedic, and field 33B is a GamingFFC. And now we will edit the custom field, and I'll just get all the points in the right place. And I won't record all of this, or we won't have all of this in the episode, because yeah, this bit can get a little bit tedious. But we're gonna go around. We're going to sort all the points out and make sure that we actually have the edge of the field. Last couple to do, and there we go. That is our course all done, and very, very happy with that. So we can come back out of that now, and I should be able to get this set up with a course, but I think I'm going to have to take the combine up to the top of the field in order to actually do that. The combine is in the start position where we started this field. We're going to go with the same setup we had before. We are now using the custom course of KiwiMedic that is on here. and let's generate a fieldwork course, and that generated that a lot quicker. So let's see if I can just close the generator, and there we go. So that is all good there. We'll get this started down here, and we'll go and tip what we've got on the field. Now, the first load of wheat that we get off the field, I'm immediately going to go and put that into our windmill. We want to get this processing into flour. We want to keep producing the bread from there and sell as much bread as we can by December. We've got several months of this year to actually do this, so there's plenty of time to produce a huge amount of bread, and this means that we should be able to produce quite a bit of bread going into next year as well. And that means that the end of next year, when we come to see whether we've made the million, when we've made enough money for all this, we should be in a position to sell a huge amount of bread and make that money. So back this up here and tip it. And I think that 15,000 is probably about as much as we can fit in this windmill anyway. So actually we can fit 50,000 litres in here. I'm going to activate the wheat flour that also produces pig food. In fact, I think we're at the point where we can probably sell off our pig food mixer, because we're getting enough pig food from the windmill to actually keep the pigs going. And that windmill by Omatana is fantastic. I really, really like it. I think that's going to be one that I employ on more farms, especially as how useful that is, that it produces the pig food for us as well. Combine has just reached 80%, so we'll go around and we'll empty it. It's not going to be the easiest side to empty this on, but at least it should be fairly flat here. And if we get our speed just right, we'll be able to keep alongside it, get it emptied, and yeah, start getting a second trailer full together. And we've got one trailer full off here already. Tipped one trailer full off here already, and we haven't even finished our second headland before we've got our second half a trailer off here as well. That's pretty amazing. Now that we've got two headlands done and it's heading into the third, let's look at the massive yield that we've got on parts of this field. So the top end here, where we've got loam, we are hitting 125% for the most part. Majority of it is 120% or above, which is absolutely fantastic. Looks like the middle section where we've got sandy loam, seems to be that we're hitting 100%, which is really good. So very happy about that. And then where we've got the silty clay at the very bottom of the field, we're sort of hitting 90%, which is more than I could ask for, actually. I'm really quite happy that that is as high as it is. So our whole field is really doing very, very well. And in fact, if we have a look at the total value for 33 at the moment, we're making a decent profit of 62,000 off here from what we've worked. And yeah, that is really good news. This next bit of unloading, I'm a little bit concerned about. We're having to do it uphill, and our tractor is struggling a little bit with the uphill climb. And at the moment, I'm not actually catching up the harvester. We are running at the same speed as the harvester, but the harvester is probably going to stop at some point. In fact, the harvester's slowing down a little bit. We are gradually getting underneath it. Whether we get underneath it before it hits a full tank, that is going to be the question. We seem to be doing all right. We're getting there. Yeah, there we are. We've made it up to the top of the hill, and we've managed to match the harvester's speed without too much hassle. I was very worried that. I think if we'd been in a position where we had to unload on that uphill bit, I think we would have been really struggling to have kept up with the combine and unloaded. That is a nice full trailer though, and we can go and put another 16,500 litres into the windmill. Combine has started cutting in and it's looking fairly full. I'm hoping it's going to make it to the end of this row before it needs emptying. No. Oh, that is really annoying. So we've now got to come in from the far end because it's going to make space for us to empty there before it gets to the end of the road. That was so close. So we'll get underneath here and get this unloaded. And then that will we'll then have to back off and let the combine continue on here. But yeah, it's slightly annoying that it's so close to the end there and it didn't quite have enough space to keep going until it reached it. But at least it's a result of us having a really good yield off here. Yeah, so back this off and then our combine will be able to continue on and we'll pick it up the next time it's full, which should be in a few rows time. Our combine is doing about a third of a tank on every row at the moment. So I think we're going to want to pick up a little way up the next row, see if we can empty. Of course, we're looking at a fairly steep climb with our tractor. So I want to try and get the tractor in position ahead of time so that we can keep things moving as smoothly as possible. We'll drop into 6th gear and down again to 5th. Yeah, that should do it. We'll trundle along a little bit, keep some momentum going, and then as the combine comes alongside, we can empty up the rest of this side here. Nope, our combine is well ahead of us now. There is just no way I'm able to keep with it at the moment. Though we're going a little bit faster now, it's just, it's going to end this row in a moment. And that is not good news. We're going to have to try and get it on the downward slope instead. There we go. We'll top it off on our way down here. It'll be absolutely fine. And we shouldn't get too far down the field before we get what comes to fairly close to being full. In fact, yeah, our combine is empty. So we'll leave that there and we'll go and get this tipped. And this trailer full of wheat we're gonna put in with the chickens and see how they're doing. We've not moved any into our second chicken house yet. Right, let's just change gear a little bit. There we go, and tip the wheat into there. And look at our chickens. Wow, we have got so many that have been born. That's absolutely fantastic. And in fact, we've got these chicks that are worth, yeah, £2 each, £25 for the older chickens. We might actually be able to start selling some chickens off. These ones here that are £25 each, those we could probably sell off without too much hassle. Just see, how much does our coop take? We're at 226. Yeah, we want to be selling off some of our chickens in the not too distant future. And actually, I think when we do that, we can open up the second coop up here, which we currently have no animals in. In fact, that can take 550 chickens. So yeah, we want to be opening up the second coop soon, because that is going to make us a load of money in chickens as well. And it's gone 5:30, so what I'm going to do is just get the combine into the start of this row here so that we know exactly where to start. We'll then take the course play off, reverse it up, and we're not going to get this field finished today, so I'm not going to worry about continuing on. Despite the fact the sun is shining, we do have rain on the way. and it has come really to the end of the day. We will continue into the second day of July, split this over a couple, and I think we'll get some more equipment repaired next time. In fact, we might switch this tractor out for the TM115 and see if that has a better time of climbing the hills. But with our trailer nice and well, with our combine nice and empty, we'll put that back into the crop here, park that there, turn it off, and yeah, we'll go tip this. I think we've got a good chance of getting the wheat finished today. We made really good inroads into this field yesterday with only half a day really to get our teeth into it, and we got into the main part of the field. We got our first cut-in finished, and looking at our yield map, it's actually really quite impressive for this field. We're pulling in quite a strong amount on across the field, and we're getting as high as 125% in some parts of it. The middle part we've just been through, we're getting a good 100% across it. We've got a 95 a little bit further down, but it's really doing well. And then we've got this bit of silty clay at the bottom that's dropping it to sort of 90%. All of it is strong, and all of it is really, really good. And just doing that single row there has given us a third of a tank. So I'm really, really pleased with that, and we're going to want to empty this coming back down this hill from the top. So I'm going to go grab the tractor, and we should be able to get into here and get our first load off the field. I'm going to continue to use the 8340 for the carting. It was doing okay yesterday. We need to make sure, though, that we try and empty going downhill rather than uphill as much as possible. So hopefully we'll be all right for that. What I really need to do is check on the maintenance status of our two vehicles in the shop. The telehandler is done, so that's all good. And our TM115, that I think has some time to go yet. Not going to be ready for another 10 minutes. But if we can get that going with the baler today, maybe, we'll be able to get things running rather nicely across the rest of this field and get that set up. Our combine is just about in position. So let's get into here, close the door on our tractor, and away we go. And yeah, downhill, this will do a lot better for emptying. We'll be able to keep alongside it without too much worry. Uphill, we always have trouble keeping with the harvester, especially on this part of the field where it's steeper. But here, right now, I think we're doing okay. I do just want to get that going a little bit further back. I'm expecting us to be about half full by the time we get to the bottom of the field. That should be a full tank on the combine, basically, at the bottom down here. And yeah, we're not going to be far off. We're at 46% full. And yeah, combine is empty. So we'll just reverse this up. And it should mean that our next unloading of this combine is going to be at the bottom end of the field here. So we are going to have to do an uphill empty for the next bit. Not great, but hopefully we'll be all right. And the maintenance is complete on the TM155. So that means we can get these two tractors, or the tractor and the telehandler, out of the sheds here. Yeah, we can get this hooked up to our baler, I think, and see if we can copy the course for the combine. If we can copy the course for the combine, we can send this baling around the field and start getting bales created. The only thing that worries me about that is that we could end up creating bales where the combine is going to drive. So I might get this to copy the course and then start where the combine started in the middle of the field. That might be a much better setup for us. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to have a go at trying to sort this baler. So it's still going to run fairly slow uphill on this field, but it should at least get the job done with this tractor. And this is why we've left the 8340 on the other, doing the carting today, because I want to see if we can get this to do the baling. So on the combine, we're going to copy this course here. So we've copied course, temporary course, and then back on this tractor here, we're going to copy that in here. We should be able to then see the full course, and we want to get the bit where it does when it comes in for the first cut, which is interesting. There it is. It is right in front of us here. So we want to start it here. This will follow the combine to the end of the field. It will miss out doing the headlands until we come to the end, and basically what we can do is we can get it to go round the headlands later. That is likely to be something for the next day. So if we put this here like this, nearest waypoint, and go, that should start baling down here and baling the main part of the field. As a result, we end up with a really good bale here, and we need to get back to our carting tractor. Our combine is doing the last bit going uphill, and we need to make sure that we get close to it. Unfortunately, we're going uphill with a half-full trailer, and this tractor is not gonna like it. Yeah, but if we don't do this now, the combine's gonna cut in. In fact, you can see the combine is 80% full. In fact, the combine's made it to the top, so I'm just gonna stop the combine here, get the auger out, and we will bring this up here. It just was not gonna make it in time, which is really annoying, but not much I could do about it. We need to empty this combine before it cuts in, and at the moment it's just not there. I mean, that is bouncing like mad on its revs uphill. Unless we are beside the combine when we need to start emptying uphill, we have no chance of catching it up this hill. Pull it underneath, and then we'll just jump in the combine and get it emptied like so, and then we can set the combine going on its way again. Combine is empty, so move this tractor. 90% full on the trailer here. We'll put this into our grain store. Well, I want to see how much flour we can create between then and now, but we are not in a position where this works that well. I'm really surprised at how much this tractor is struggling with that trailer. A 16-ton trailer should not be enough to make that tractor struggle. Nearest waypoint, no. And this is what I feared. Right, nearest waypoint. There we go. So that will finish the end of the row there, and off to the next cutting. So into the grain store with this. I think I'm gonna start moving chickens next time. We might grab hold of the husbandry mod. I don't know if that will there's a shepherd stick husbandry mod. I don't know if that will allow me to move chickens. I really want to move chickens between my main chicken coop that I've got now over here and into our second one, because this is getting full. This is at 226, and we have several chickens in this coop that are quite old. I mean, worth £25 each. Yeah, in fact, we've got 3 sets that are worth £25 each, and they are at, let's have a look here, 9 months, 7 months. We've got another set at 17 months. You see, the 17 months, those are absolutely ripe for selling. So those would be perfect to start selling off. But we've got ones that are lower in the reproduction and puberty, and really we want to split this. We want to sell off the ones that are worth the money. We want to then get the rest that are ready across to the second one and start populating that. Because while chickens don't make a huge amount of money each, you start getting lots of them together and you start bringing the money in. And it's the same with the pigs. We're going to make money of the pigs at the end of this because we've bred pigs, and it hasn't cost us anything more to actually get those bred pigs in. Combine is coming back up the top, and I think I've figured out how I'm going to do this. I think we can get it so that the combine finishes on that last row exactly at the top, and we can wait there with the trailer, so we don't actually have to move this tractor alongside it and try and keep up. Even with course play, this is still struggling at sort of 3 miles an hour up this hill. It is going, but it's not great. Doesn't matter too much because I don't need this to catch up with combine. So this keeping to itself over this side of the field at the moment is not too bad. And in fact, as long as this tractor can just keep bailing over the next few days, will be pretty good, because the combine can just plow through the rest of these fields. Down in 5th gear and with a bit of momentum, I am going at 9 miles an hour uphill with this trailer. It is dropping a bit now, it's got a bit steeper, but yeah, we actually had a decent speed coming up that hill for once. I'm slightly surprised by that. What I am going to do though is we're going to bring this up here and we're going to park the trailer here now, and that should mean that the combine gets to the top of the field here and empties out into the trailer, and we end up with the combine then being empty on its next cutting. Quickly checking on the status of our production chains. We are working our way through the wheat that we put in here last time, so that's good news. That's going through. The flour, we got 16,000 liters in the bakery, and that's being worked through for the bread as well. So yeah, that is all working really well. And just checking on our lettuce, we are out of fertilizer, but that's all right. We don't need any of that. It's the seeds I need to keep an eye on, because we only have 891 seeds, 891 liters of seeds left. And when those run out, of course, our lettuce production will stop. But we've got a good amount of lettuce, so I'm not too worried about this at the moment. We seem to be doing pretty well in the garden too. The lights are flashing on the combine as it comes up to the top here, so we know it's getting near to being full. I am hoping it's going to make it to the top of this field. Yeah, there we go. And we want to pull forward so that it empties at the top, and it should stay here and empty, which is exactly what it's doing. So we don't have to worry now about trying to keep pace with the combine. We can just sit here, empty at the end of the row, be 90% full is what we're expecting, around about that, and go and tip it. Yeah, 88% full. Fantastic. The combine will now head off. Oh, if we can get past it. We're blocking it at the moment. And we can go and tip this. That is brilliant. That works really well. While our wheat is being emptied out, let's back out this and get that into well, clear up the space so that we can then get another couple of tractors in there, get them done. We want to get our little front loader done, I think. So we'll take that in there, get that scanned, and sorted. And we also want to get our big tractor done as well. We know the combine is going to be in need of an inspection tomorrow too, so there's quite a bit of work to be done around that. Yeah, inspection on this is required in 1 month, so we'll open the maintenance menu on this and we'll start the inspection on this little tractor. And then I want to do the same on our big 70 series tractor as well. We'll just bring that in here like so. Turn that off. Bring the maintenance menu up for that too. And start that inspection as well. Ideally, I'm hoping to nurse the combine and this tractor through the rest of harvest. Both of these need inspection in 1 day. So we might be able to get them both inspected at the end of today and then get them through August and the rest of the harvest, and then do repairs on both of these after that. They will start to break down if we don't do the inspection, so we get the inspection done today and then that's out the way and we're all good. But if we don't do that, if we don't approach it from that way, our combine is going to be out of action going, well, halfway through harvest in the most important part of harvest, and we're just going to be unable to get this all done in time. We're well over half full as we're coming down to the bottom end of this field. That's quite amazing. I think our combine is empty. I'd be surprised if it has anything in there. Yeah, that, from what I can see there, its tank is pretty empty. Whether it's gonna make it the whole way back down here to empty again, although 2 rows it should be all right, but we are gonna have to be on top of it, and I think we're gonna have to empty going up the hill. So I'm gonna drop down to 5th gear. We'll position ourselves at the bottom here and try and make sure that we catch when the combine is heading back up this field. Inspection is complete on the small tractor, so that's up to 4 damages. And let's have a look. Inspection is not yet done on the Genesis. The combine is coming up to 3/4 full as we get down to the bottom end of the field here. So as a result, we are definitely going to have to empty coming back up the field on the other side. In fact, there are the lights, so it's over 80%. I'm in 5th gear. I am ready to go. We are 58% full, so I don't think we're going to make it the whole way up the hill without having a full trailer. As long as we can keep this combine going, I don't mind. It's 20 to 2 in the afternoon. In fact, I think the inspection's probably finished on the big TM. And we should be able, as a result, to get the combine and the tractor inspected today, even if we don't get them repaired. And look at that, we're actually managing to stay up with the combine, although it's now pulling ahead a bit, but that's all right, because just as the combine reaches the front, we have got a full trailer, and I'm gonna have to go across the field, I think, because the tractor is definitely struggling with a full trailer to go up this hill. We've got gears to go down into, yeah, and we can get some movement. We've just got to be a little bit cautious about how steep we go with this. I'm not sure that we're harvesting this field in the right way. Uphill is definitely seems to be really hurting us. And the inspection is completed on the Genesis as well. 3 damage, so 5 in total on this and 4 in total on the other. I think we're going to have to back both of these out for now and get them out the way. Let's get this out of here. We'll bring it back in a bit because we need to get the combine and the 8340 in there to get them inspected. So both these tractors just need backing out for now. So same with this. Start it up, reverse it out. avoid the doorway, and we're all good. Combine is on the last row, and it is flashing, indicating that it needs emptying. So we'll come up while we've got an empty trailer. This actually will be fairly easy. So up the hill we go. We will match speed once we're over the wheels. And yeah, emptying as we come over the top of the hill here will be pretty easy. And the combine is almost done on this field. That's fantastic. I think our next fields after KiwiMedic is going to be GamingFFC next to us. That we're expecting to be ripe next month. Same actually with field 25. Field 25 looks like it might get ripe next month as well. So if we can knock both of those fields out in August, I think in September we will hit the canola, and that will be harvest done for our second year. We'll take this right to the end, and that will then have harvest all done. There's a couple of bits and pieces, but I'm not too worried about those. We've had a really good amount off of here. We're actually running away from the combine a little bit. There we are. Is the combine empty? Did we manage to get the last little bit out of it? We did. Fantastic. So let's get this back to the yard. In fact, we're gonna go into that crop next. Let's drop the header off here at this corner. So down that comes, because we don't need to inspect the header, we only need to inspect the combine itself. Let's disconnect all of the bits, drop that off. Reverse, right, and we can take this back to the farm, get this into the shed and get it inspected. If we're lucky and we don't have many damages, we currently have 2 damages, we might be able to get any damage to the combine repaired as well before the morning. So into the shed. I think this door is wide enough to take the combine. Looks like it. Yes, we're good. Oh yeah, we're good. Absolutely fantastic. So bring this into here, park it up in the shed. There we go. And if we repair the damages that we have got on here, it would be ready at 7:05 in the morning. So that would be fine. But we need to start the inspection and see exactly how much there actually are. And we're going to have the same with our 8340 here. As soon as that has emptied and the trailers come back down, we will disconnect the trailer here. And we'll get that into the shed as well. Should be able to just reverse it up and park it in there. And that will mean then that these 2 are in the clear. In fact, that should be all of the equipment that we need to get checked going into the year, and possibly all repaired. So back in the tractor, check that. Oh, we're not close enough. Wow. Okay, we're gonna need to squeeze it down the side here. There we go. And start the inspection for that. So that will be ready at 20 to 5. In the meantime, a quick check on our baler, and it's going along at its normal snail's pace. I might go and get the bale spikes and start collecting up these bales, I think. The sooner we can clear this field, the better, because we can then start getting it all mulched and ready for next year's crops. Inspection complete on the combine. 4 damages in total, which isn't great. To repair all of them means that we're gonna be out of action till midday next day. I can't really do that. If we do, here we go. If we get 2 of them repaired, we can get them repaired by 8:42 tomorrow. So we'll repair those and get the combine at least running a little bit better With our 8340, we've got 4 damages. So the same here, I think. If we get 2 damages repaired, that will be out of action till 7:26. So we'll repair the biggest damages and get those 2 running a little bit better. But it does mean these are both out of action until first thing in the morning. And then we'll get these 2 in there after that and get them repaired. For now, though, I think that's where we're going to leave it for today. We've got quite a bit of work to do on the farm, including collecting up all those bales. There's not actually much I can do with our excess bales at the moment other than sell them. We've got way more than we need for doing the pigs. So I really want to find a way of getting another income from them that isn't just loading the trailer up that we've got now and selling them, which is what we're initially going to have to do here. The bale sell point, thankfully, isn't too far away from our farm. And by the time we've sold this trailer full of bales and got back to the farm, I think our combine will be ready to start harvesting the barley in the GamingFFC field. So I'm very pleased that we'll be cracking on with that today. If we manage to get that field done today, we will go straight on into the sorghum in the field 25. But I don't know how likely that is. Depending as well on how we do today with finding a solution to make money from our bales, we might actually bale up the barley field as well. Because if I have a fairly good amount of time to have a go at that and get those going, another source of income on the farm for bales would be absolutely brilliant. Now our bale sell point is just up here on the left. I'm gonna work out how to get into it. Okay, we'll be reversing into this then. Not a huge sell point actually. Depending on how much we get for these bales, we should be able to afford the solution I'm after, I'm hoping. But we'll see how it goes. So bales into the sell point. We'll take off all of that. 32,000. Oh, that's actually really good. So 4,175 in sold bales plus 45 in the environmental score. Little bit of trouble getting out of here, but I think we'll be all right. Yeah, reversing it up a little bit and back. With a couple of loads here, I think we might actually be able to afford the thing I'm after. But we do need to keep cracking on and loading up bales. So I think the combine going on course play today and us unloading it when we need to is probably a really good way to go. While we keep clearing bales from this field. And to get ourselves in the right place to stack bales, we should be able to get into our farm at this entrance here and bring us right onto the KiwiMedic field. So let's just pull this into here. Yeah, lots of bales to get off here. Even if we don't manage to get these bales earning us extra cash, we should be able to do it with the barley field. Meanwhile, the combine is all done. Well, it's still got 2 damages left and we'll have to sort that over the winter. But for now, it's up and running again. Shouldn't cause us too many problems with 2 sort of small damages. So let's back this out and take it back out to the field. We left the header down on the field to make things nice and easy and quick. So won't take us long to get down there and get this connected back up. As we're getting back down here, we've got a great demand having turned up. And that is always risky at this time of year, especially with the grain merchant. Is it any of our crops that we have? It's not wheat, it's not barley, it's not canola, which is good because that's not ready to harvest, and it's not sorghum. So whichever crop is ready at the grain merchant, it is not one that we have on here unless it is lettuce. which is not lettuce either. So yeah, none of those are crops that are affected by that. Let's connect all that up. We will unfold our harvester. There we go. Start it up. Let's start up the header. Start up the main body. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to turn in to the field here so that we can get into a good starting place. And then we're going to set up a course. So as per the previous field, we got headlands first. Number of headlands, we got 3 and 6 meter width. We're doing lands. We're doing longest edge. Let's generate a course. That is fairly nicely done. Starting in this corner, ending down the bottom corner. Like that there. So let's go first waypoint. And away you go. And that should do us really nicely. Meanwhile, we do still have these 2 tractors that need repairs on them. We've got 5 damages on this, on our 70 series. So that needs repairs. And we've got a similar number on our other one. So let's bring this in here. We're going to need this actually in a little bit. So bring it up the menu. We're going to fix 5 damages. It will be finished later today. So that's really good. So repair the damages on that. And then we'll do the same on this. This only has 4 damages on it, but that still needs repairing and sorting. So bring this into here. Yep. And we'll get all 4 of them. So that will be done by 8 o'clock. So repair the damages on that too. And now we can crack on with getting this bale trailer loaded up. It's going to take us a little while to do that. It's so nice to have this fully repaired and done and sorted, because otherwise, with the amount that we're going to be relying on this for the next day or two, it's going to end up being very annoying if it was damaged at all. But we should be able to crack on with everything today, and I'm hoping very, very much that we're gonna get a solution to the bales today that doesn't involve us taking them to this sell point the whole time. Combine is ready to be unloaded, so we'll head out and go and do that. Oh, I do need to go and get a front weight for this. Several people have suggested that a front weight would help this tractor with climbing the hills when it's full. And I think I agree with that. There is a certain amount of wheeling going on. So I think we'll see if we can grab a front weight at some point. This is going to be quite a trek over here to do this. But I think we're good. And we'll get the, we'll get the combine unloaded. Keep that running. And then when we get to later on, we should be able to get a front weight for this. I'm trying not to spend too much money. I really want to get a solution for our bales today. And I think the one I've got is another 18,000. So we're looking at several trips with our bale sales. Alternatively, we might be able to sell some lettuce to do it. But I don't know. That might be a quicker way, actually. This is going to have to get out of the way fast once we are unloaded, because otherwise it's going to be very much in the way of the combine. I'm going 4 high, and I think it's 7 bales down it on this. Don't think we can fit 8. We might be able to fit 8 if we keep them all fairly close. But certainly 7 does fit on here. Let's strap these down. I think actually I might go get my other tractor before we do too much and get that attached to the front of this. Yeah, while we're not using our TM155, should be perfect for this. So we'll hook this up. And that way we won't have to worry about hooking up the telehandler or anything to keep everything moving again. Just see if we can fit 8 stacks of bales on here. I'll grab 2 sets of 3 and we're going to try and put them side by side. And no, that last bale definitely is off the back of this trailer. So yeah, it's going to be 7 stacks 4 high, and that should allow us to get all of the bales on here that we can. And yeah, it'll give us about another 5,000, which is still going to be short of what I need today. Rather worryingly, it's already 10 past 12 and our combine is only on its 2nd out of 3 headlands. We're having trouble with doing the bale stacking, keeping up with the combine itself and trying to make sure that it doesn't get stopped. And just look at the massive number of bales, and this is why, because we don't want to end up with the same problem we had last year. Combine is, yeah, going to want to empty as we move, maybe. Yeah, there we go. So we'll set ourselves going, go a little bit faster. Yeah, there we are, and it'll go down to the end here. But I've got to keep a closer eye on the combine and its state, because at the moment I'm not keeping it moving, and as a result things are falling behind. Combine is once again showing that it's ready to empty, so we'll come up alongside it and get that done. Keep it moving, make sure things keep running as well as possible. The important thing is to get this field harvested. I can deal with the bales sort of later on, although that wheat field is where I'm targeting canola for next year. But we can deal with them later. What I really need to do now is get this barley harvested. It is very, very important we do that, and we are half full, so that will be a good place to pull away from the combine and keep getting bales stacked. There are a few downsides to using the D1000 baler. One of them is that there's no auto stacker really that takes them, I don't think. You either need an auto loading trailer, which I don't find realistic, or you've got to stack them like this. So that's what I'm having to do. It's 20 to 2, and I think I might be better off selling the lettuce to do this than I will be selling off bales. Because of course the other thing about selling off bales is, if I'm looking to make money from bales, extra money from bales, selling off the bales is cutting into my profits on that. I want to catch the combine before it reaches the end of this 3rd headland, otherwise it's going to have to cut space in when it does its first cut in. In fact, combine is full at this point, so that's not too bad. It made it a lot further around the field last time without having to empty, so I'm slightly surprised that it's got stopped here. But this does at least mean we're going to have an empty combine before it does the cut-in, which is good news. Just got to keep that auger over the trailer and keep this combine moving. Last 2 bales to go onto the trailer. We'll get them from this side here. And that will mean that we can go and sell this. This is not going to give me anywhere near the amount of money I need for what I want to do today. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to look at getting more of these done next time and see if we can make enough money off selling some of the lettuce to do this. So let's head out, go and get these sold, and we'll go and set up and grab some lettuce. The combine is now running quite smoothly, so that's really good news. Combine needs to be unloaded again though before we actually are able to get those bales sold. We'll stick with that going down the hill here, get that emptied, and then we can continue on and see if we can actually get a bale solution sorted today. It takes so long to load this up and do this round trip. Getting something sorted will just speed up everything about this. Back this in here. Get these unloaded. Yeah. And there we go. That is that done. And wow, we actually made less on that. So we need to do something else. We're still 10,000 short. And how much lettuce do we have? We've got decent amount of lettuce, I think, at selling at that. In fact, at 1,000 liters for that, we only need to sell 12 of the. No, we only need to sell 10 of our pallets of lettuce. So yeah, we'll go and sell lettuce, and that will give the money that we need today to get sorted for what we want to do with the straw. Before we do that, the combine needs emptying again, which will take it down to the bottom of this row. And actually, it's quite nice. We've emptied downhill for the last 2 loads. Been very useful in keeping this nice and easy to do. Stop it just before the end, and we can go and tip this, and the combine can continue on. We should have more than enough lettuce to deal with this. So we'll this up. Try and grab a couple of pallets if we can. Yep, that works fine. And more should spawn pretty much immediately. We just need to get 5 of these on here. I think there's going to be a lot more than that though. So I've loaded up a trailer full of lettuce here. We should be able to get these down and sold now and make enough. I'm slightly worried because it doesn't look like it's strapping down the edge ones. So we'll have to see what happens there. But otherwise, that is all strapped on. Let's turn this off and we'll head down to the shop. Before I do that, though, I think we're going to have to empty the combine one last time for today. And the combine's made good progress today. We're about halfway through the field, I think. So we'll be able to continue this on next time. And hopefully it'll be a lot quicker process on everything. We might even be able to start getting this field baled up as well. But if we can get this done and the sorghum at the very least started next time, that would be really good. This is gonna empty out at the end of here, and we'll get a nice big full trailer. In fact, that is a great place to stop the combine for today. So we will stop that there, get it to put the auger in and the header down, and then we can give it a stop at that point. Right, let's go tip this and then sell some lettuce and get our solution for the straw installed. And the best place to sell these lettuce right now is up here at the garden center. Should be able to pull down the side here. Yeah. And this. Oh no, I've lost a load off the side. That's what I feared. So I'm gonna have to go and find those, but I'm hoping this is still going to be enough. And yes, it should be. So what's my solution for sorting out the straw? Well, we're going to install something right here. And that is a slightly modified small heating plant from the mod hub. Now, this in its standard form only takes the wood chips. I have adjusted it to take straw as well. Yeah, we are overlapping with another object, but I think that is the shed. So I want it to butt up with the shed as much as possible. Let's bring it slightly further out. The further out I am, the more trouble that's going to cause me, but that should do it. Yep, we're nicely in here in that space. Right, so let's turn on the straw and go and grab a couple of straw bales. Now, this doesn't hold much. It holds 10,000 litres of straw or 5,000 litres of wood chips, which should be enough for us for a single load of bales. So bringing these in here, should be able to unload a bale. Yep, in that one goes. And then unload these two as well. So in that one goes, and then finally in that one goes. So that's 3 straw bales in there. That is taking up 6,589. So for straw, this takes 840 straw and produces 80 electricity for each cycle. And it runs quite a lot of cycles with the straw. Should produce stuff fairly quickly and allow us to get rid of our bales fairly quickly as well. So that is going to be a fantastic addition to the farm. And we just got to keep running that to clear out our excess bales and make a little bit of electricity off it. So I went back last night and went looking for my crates of lettuce, found them on the corner up here. They had managed to just fly off the side of my trailer, so we shouldn't be too bad. We've actually got 3,000 litres more of lettuce on the back here. So we're going to sell all the lettuce that we had out of our garden. And in fact, we've got a better trailer really to sell these in. So if we pull up to here, we can see just out the side of the window there are lettuce pallets that we dropped. Yeah, so you can see we've got 3 pallets. Oh, sorry, 6 pallets on here. I've got the telehandler down here with me. Take the follow me off, and we'll start getting these picked up. Yeah, really annoying that these fell off, but we'll do it with this trailer in future. It makes more sense to do it with this, and we should be able to get a better grab on that. The heating plant's been really useful. I've got well, we got those bales in there yesterday. We'll start getting bales put through it today as well, and that will then be very useful for us. We're just going to stack these across the middle. In fact, I'm going to put one on the back and then stack the rest across the middle, because as you can see, they go on with that ledge that holds them on there, plus they're strapped down. This is a much better way of securely transporting these, although of course we can get fewer at a time, so we kind of need to get them done more often. I'm actually toying with the idea of getting our own market stall set up at the garden centre, and then we can go and take our stuff directly to that, but we'll have to get a little bit more money in before we can do that. So we're going to load up the last 2 of these, and then we'll head up to the garden centre and get them sold. Last one on the top. Let's see if we get it in the middle without too much hassle. So down like that. And because we're dropping off that bridge there, I want to be careful that we don't pull everything off. There we go. So strap that down and strap that down. I'm going to leave the JCB here for the moment, and we'll come back and grab it once we've got these sold. Meanwhile, our combine is ready to unload its first tank of the day. So we'll bring that up here, and yeah, not a huge amount left to go. And this should mean it will make it through its first cut-in of the day as well without too much hassle. We'll stay alongside that, get a nice half a trailer full, and finish that off. And this should be a nice boost to our money straight off first thing today. I wouldn't want to actually load this trailer any higher than this, I don't think. I think we'd end up with problems if we did that. All of the lettuce sold, and a nice 7,852 in the bank, with another 85 on the environmental score. That is perfect. And then we're back to the farm, and I'd say that's a pretty good start for the day. Nearly 10,000 in the bank, 9,103. We'll drop our front forks off this and get the bale spike on. And I can go and put the Land Rover away then. Just stop that there. It's a little bit in the way, but we don't need that following anymore. Turn around. I'll take this, park this back at the house, and then we'll start grabbing some bales and getting them loaded up. Combine is full again, and just as it's getting to the bottom of a row, which is quite useful for us, we'll basically just pull under here like this, I think. I don't think it will move much further. No, it'll stop there. Oh, I had hoped it would stop there. There we go. It'll stop there. And then once it's emptied or filled our trailer, it'll continue on to the end of the row, and we can just continue up here and go and get this tipped. I'm actually going to go and tip this load into our mill, because I'm not sure we've actually got anything running in the mill yet, and we haven't put any of the barley in. So that would be good for creating a bit of flour. Sorghum will also create flour. And we want to keep this working as much as possible, maximizing what we can and getting as much pig food out of here as possible as well, of course. So back that in and tip that up. And we'll go and have a look at what's going on in here. And yeah, we've got nothing active at the moment. So we'll activate the barley flour, and we should have, oh, we can activate the wheat flour as well and get that producing some more flour from both of those. Then begs the question, how are we doing? Oh, we got a decent amount of bread coming out now, and we got a decent amount of flour in, so we'll have to keep an eye on the prices of all of that. Bread is currently sitting at 2,300 and the top is 3,200. So yeah, we've got lots more to keep an eye on there. For now, that's doing fairly well, and we should make some nice extra cash from that system. Now that we've sorted that out, we can go and start collecting up bales. So we know this will take 4 bales at a time, basically. So if I go 2 bales on the front of here at a time, that will allow me to get those in without too much trouble. In fact, we might start going sideways on these. I'd normally spike them in the end because we've got extra long bale spikes here, and that helps me to pick bales up and get them stacked in the right ways. But here, I think we might be all right doing it the other way. Let's bring this round. If we bring both of these bales in here, both should get in there fairly quickly. And yeah, 4 bales should be under the 5 or the 10,000 that will fit in our heating plant here. There we go. I think that is active. We'll make sure of that. Yes, that is active with straw, and we're about half full. So yeah, this doesn't take too many at one time, and just means that we can keep supplying it throughout the day without too much hassle. And anything else that we have left over, we can start stacking those down the side of the pigs, because we now have a means by which of using up our excess bales. And if we need to, we could always put in a second heating plant at some point to feed even more bales into it. Combine is making short work of the rest of this field. I think we're only a few rows from completing it. That means we should get into the sorghum today, which is fantastic news. And I'm expecting a good amount of money to come out of our heating plant. We're actually, it processes the bales quite quickly, so I've been continually putting bales in it since we started, and that's been quite a few bales so far. I really want to keep it as full as possible. So once we've got a full trailer here, I'll come a little bit more. Not going to be much. There we go. Once we've got a full trailer here, we should be able to go and get that done. I'm having to reverse this up here, because if I drive this all the way down the hill, coming back up the hill is going to be quite a bit of a strain. So we'll reverse this back up here. Not enough space to turn around, and I don't want to leave it till the combine comes all the way back up to get turned around. And you see we've got a much gentler slope over here. Tractor will still struggle a little bit to get up it, but it will still go a lot faster than if we were coming all the way from the bottom end of the field. I had an idea. Due to the length of these spikes, I'm wondering how many bales I can get back at a single time. So I've got a stack of 4 over there. We're gonna go and grab these 2 here as well, put these on top and see if we can take them all. I'm kind of wondering also if I did them in a crisscross pattern, if that would also work. But if I can get 6 bales at a time, I'm gonna save that whole thing of running back and forth a lot. Right, back out of that, down, and with my nice long bale spike through the bottom 2. Oh, that seems to be holding up. As long as I don't turn too fast, I think we're going to be okay. That worked all the way to here, at which point the front one's just pushed off too far. That's unfortunate, but that is a good proof of concept. We're able to get a lot back at once, and I think with a little bit of reworking, that won't be a problem at all going forwards. We'll rework that a bit and make sure that we can get a stack of 6 back at once, and that will keep that going for a while, especially as you can see at the moment we need to go and unload the combine again. I think this will be our final trailer off this field. This is down to sort of the last couple of rows, and given the amount that's in these rows, I think probably be able to park this trailer near the end here, and the combine will unload quite nicely when it reaches the end. Although that does seem to be a little bit extra width there. I don't know if it will manage to get all of it. We will see. We've got a little bit of cleaning up to do in that bottom corner. I think that's the only corner that has had some mist, and that's simply because of the shape of it. Combine is done on this row, so we'll just reverse this up, and we'll put this at the end of the next row, and hopefully combine should come up to it and just unload at the end. I don't think it's going to get a full load before that point. Really is an insane number of bales out here. I'd be interested to see how many bales we've actually created on this series, because yeah, this field, between the 2 halves of this field, this is going to be quite a lot of bales. And in fact, we're going to get our other tractor going on the baling, the TM 115 or 155, sorry, I keep calling it the 115, I don't know why. But yeah, the TM 155, we're going to get that going on the baling in the near future, while we are just grabbing more bales off here and trying to clear this field off as quickly as possible. Wow, the bales really don't overly like staying on this spike. They sort of raise up to the end, drop down a little bit, and then fall back down the spike. It's a little bit of fun physics, but we are getting them back, and that's the important thing. Last load of barley off the combine. In fact, I'm expecting that to stop. Yeah, there we go. So we'll start it up. Start up the front. We'll start up the thresher. Oh, we need to unfold it first, because I just want to grab these 3 sections in this corner, finish things up. In fact, there's a little bit in front of us here. I'm not too worried about the bits of straw in front of us here. Let's lower this down. So much going on at the same time. Oh, one thing we do need to do before we go onto the soybeans, we need to get some more fuel in the combine. That is looking very low, and we're gonna need to get that refueled before we have any chance of getting the soybeans done. So we'll take this up to the farm. We'll actually go and drop the header off first at the bottom, and then we'll take this up to the farm, get this refueled, and get moving on to the sorghum. One thing I don't have up here actually, and could probably do with, is a DEF tank. Will that refuel that? Yes. Let's turn this off, actually. Wonder if we could fit one in somewhere in this yard. There is space. I don't want to put it right next to this tank here because that wouldn't work. But we might be able to put it in this corner, maybe. Let's see. DEF tank. We don't need a massive one. We just need a nice little one. That there would kind of pin everything in. But that would also be the best place to put it. Otherwise, yeah, that's going to block that door. That's not the end of the world, actually. If we put the DEF tank here, this might cause a little, it causes some issues with the overlap. So I think what we'll do is we'll put it in front of this door here. Like so. Overlaps with another object. I think if I do it with V, though, it might end up floating. So we might have to do a little bit of landscaping. But that there should do the trick. That's not too bad, actually. Happy with that. So let's fill it up. Yeah, here we go. Refill silo. So we will spend, we'll get 1,000 liters. We're not going to use more than 1,000 liters of DEF. Refuel that there, and that's filling it with DEF. So start the engine again. Oh, and I don't know if this combine is going to squeeze out through this entrance here. This is why we don't have a combine bigger than this here, because that is tight. But it has made it through it. So now with our header attached, we can head up to field 25. I think we should be able to squeeze in here. Yeah, we're fine. Let's start that up. Oh, that's having trouble in that mud. That's quite a muddy entrance to that field. Let's make sure everything's started up then, because what I'm going to have to do is take a run at it and see if we can get it in there. So forwards and go. In and away. Yeah, just managed to squeeze through there. Perfect. Let's set ourselves up a course. So field 25, it's really zoomed out for some reason, but it is seemingly correct. Let's generate a course based on what we've done before. And that's looking good. Not too many difficulties by the look of it. So we will pop out of here. First waypoint, and away goes the combine. Can't believe how many bales there are still on this field. This is just a crazy number that we're just continually collecting up. We've got maybe 2/3 of them collected at this point, and they are just keep coming. More and more down here. It's a huge amount. I am rethinking the possibility of bailing up the GamingFFC field, simply because it is so much straw that we've got. I'm not even sure we can process all this. This is the trouble. We've got so much to get off here. We're going to have to collect a load of this off camera, I think, in order to actually clear this field. Otherwise, we're going to spend episodes upon episodes trying to clear it. And in the meantime, we can't get all this through our heating, our new heater, simply because it will take too long. It's quick, and it is processing everything we're getting back to it. But doing it off camera, we're going to end up with quite a backlog, I think. So quite a bit of work still here to do to get these all collected up and sorted. And I honestly don't know how well this is going to end up. So we'll put these on top here like so. I think the answer is, let's try another triple stack. And this time we'll go end in and see if that solves the problem we had last time. So I put 2 on the top to hold everything together. We've gone in on the ends of the bottom 2. And away we go. We'll see if this all holds up. doesn't feel overly stable, I'll be honest. My combine almost made it the whole way round field 25 before it needed to be unloaded, but not quite. So we'll pull up the side, get the combine unloaded, and that can crack on. It is 5 to 5 in the evening, so not too bad. I'm quite pleased that we got started on here. This is a much smaller field, and next time we should be continuing on this, I would think, before heading over to the canola field right next door. So I think this might be the most stable setup for us on here. That way on sideways, end on the ones we're actually sticking the spike into, lift it up, and away we go. Oh, and yeah, I think that's gonna be perfect. Yeah, that gives us a nice stable platform at the bottom and a nice stable stack on the top. We should be able to get these down here. Top ones will go in. Look at that. So before I even get close, that has already processed the last stack that I brought up here. That is pretty amazing, to be honest, considering that is nearly 15,000 liters. Not enough space for all of that one to go in. We'll put the other one on the top and let it process all of that while we go and get another stack. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the quickest way to do this. Combine is ready to empty for the second time, so what we'll do is we'll get it to stop here for the day. It is on its third headland, but this will work out fine for us. We'll get a full tank or a full trailer and see if we can keep this going. Come on, up the hill, little tractor. Keep emptying that combine until you're full. I just can't keep up with it on these hills. This is mad. Combine is still pulling away from me. I don't think a front weight would make any difference to this. It's just not got enough power to go up this hill at sort of the 5-6 miles an hour that the combine requires to actually do, or to actually keep up with it. And until I am able to do that, it's always going to struggle. But the combine is going to get to the end here and want to turn, so we'll stop the combine there and just move it back into position, and then next time we'll be able to start it up from there. So start up our thresher and empty it out, and then we can get the combine started going back down that way next time. But that should be 666 liters left in. That pretty much sums things up, to be honest. And our first trailer full of sorghum today, we'll put this into the mill as well, get some flour producing from this. I don't know how well our bakery is going to be able to handle all this flour. If we find that we're getting a bit overloaded as the year goes on, what we might do is start actually outputting flour here for us to sell, rather than just sending it to the bakery all the time. That way we'll still be able to make extra money from our crops. We've got quite a bit of crop in storage now as well. Both the wheat and the barley, we've been putting some in our storage. So we'll have to see how that goes. At the moment, we're doing pretty well on this, I think. Everything's going well. We've got, I think we're going to run out of space for pig food soon. So we need to feed some of this pig food to our pigs to ensure that that's all good. Hit that out. And as the sorghum goes in, we're actually deactivate both of those. We should be creating barley flour with pig food. We can't do that with the sorghum, it appears. So we'll just activate the sorghum. And yeah, we want the barley to be also making pig food. I don't know why we wouldn't do that, seeing as it creates just the same amount. And then we'll get just one more stack off here. to sort out the heater. That'll keep it going for a while. I could keep it going all night, to be honest. Wow, that is stuck weirdly in there. That is going to cause me all sorts of trouble now. Don't fall off. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, but still so many bales on here. I am going to have to think long and hard about whether we're going to do the same on the barley field, because that is so much work to get all of these bales off. And I'm just wondering if it's going to be worth all the time and effort to do it. We've still got so many bales to get off of the KiwiMedic field that I'm a little bit worried about doing more bales on here. However, I have managed to set up a cosplay course. It should manage to do this part of the field first. I just want to check how lined up this is. Yeah, that's actually really well lined up with our current row. So if we go nearest waypoint here, that should start it at the beginning, which it does. It's going to do the main body of the field first and then the main part of the field. So we'll come back and check that it's actually baling the right bit in a moment. But at the moment, that seems to be doing where we're expecting it to. So we'll let it go. We'll see if it does what it needs to do. And then we're going to go and grab the JCB and continue getting bales into the heating plant. Before that, I just want to check on our combine. That is currently going around and doing the headlands on here. Let's turn off the courseplay indicators. And yeah, this is doing 3 headlands. It will get the 3rd one done soon, and we're actually up to nearly 60% full. So I think we're going to have to get the tractor and trailer down here sooner rather than later. And we'll head down there with our 8340, get that done. And yeah, we're continuing on with this because, of course, we're using the TM155 for baling at the moment. We have so many bales left on, in fact, just on the barley field. We can, oh, sorry, on the wheat field, which is the one to the right of us. We can get that cleared off today. That will be ready for planting canola in the, well, it's got to be planted this month. So yeah, we've really got to clear those off today. The barley field, we can clear off a little bit of our leisure because the sorghum doesn't get planted until well into next year. Combine has just passed 80%. I'm hoping it's going to make it to the end of this row. Should do. It's about halfway through the row and only up to 85. Oh, and it needs unloading just before it reached the end. If we put it to the front of the trailer, then I think the combine will drive forward a little bit. We can back up then and yeah, get it to fully empty at that point, and we can leave it there, leave it doing. Meanwhile, we'll jump into the JCB here, and with our bale spike, we'll go and grab another stack of bales and keep our heating plant nicely furnished with bales. And yeah, look at that just huge number that we have sitting around this field. A stack of 8 bales here, trying to make them as even as possible. I don't like these two where they're positioned though, so we're gonna just move them back a little bit. Doesn't need to be a perfect stack, just a stable one. So I've done them crisscrossed as my setup for them. Don't seem to want to overly stay on, but they are on there. So let's see if we can get this up to our heating plant and going. Doesn't seem to be a stability issue at all, so that's good news. If we can get them off 8 at a time, we might have a chance of getting them off here quite quickly. Yeah, it doesn't seem massively stable on here, but as long as we can get them up to the top here and onto here, that's fine. I have considered trying to fill the bale trailer up actually and bringing that in. We'll see how that goes. So 8 bales into here. The stack does seem to be filling it, so that's good news. And state of it is 10,000 liters, nice and full. It is processing straw, so that will bring that in. And looking pretty good. So yeah, as that processes those, we will continue to bring another stack in, and that's going to take a little while to get through those 8, I think. Meanwhile, I just wanted to have a quick check on our baler, and yeah, look at that. Our play course is absolutely perfect for where our rows are, so this is going to do the job pretty much spot on this field. Combine is getting pretty full again, and I need to go and empty it. Just trying to get the tractor up the field to go and do it. I don't think the combine's going to make it the whole way around that row. The whole thing though seems to be working fairly well on here. We're going to be tipping at this point, so that's 2 full tanks off the combine already, followed by probably another 2 full grain tanks. Looking at this, I think we're going to do well off this sorghum field and end up with a decent amount of sorghum off here. I don't know if this has space in our windmill, but we will give it a go. I really want to put as much through the windmill as I can, and sorghum is probably the one crop that we would hold off putting through if we were going to not put everything through. That is a nice full trailer, over 90% full. Yeah, 94 in total. So we'll go tip this and see where it can go. So I'm going to fill the windmill up with as much sorghum as I can. We'll actually drive onto the field a little bit to do this, and then reverse it up our ramp here up to the actual windmill. The thing I actually probably need to watch out for is how much pig food we're creating here. We need to get that in with our pigs and make sure that we're not causing ourselves any issues there. Let's tip that up, and then I'm gonna have a quick look and see how much pig food. Oh, it'll take 30,000 liters, and we've got 7,264 there, so that is all good. Another stack of 8 bales made. This one again is a little bit rickety, but as long as we can get it up the field and out, we're good. So let's get in the bottom. And yeah, that does seem stable enough to get up to the main farm. I don't know how many bales we've got left on this field. It's still quite a lot to get cleared out. And our heating plant is still dealing with the last stack, actually. We may have found the magic number to keep the heating plant going. Although, to be honest, no, those don't seem to be actually processing at all. So let's bring that up here. And we'll put this down in front. Yeah, everything is falling in front of it now. I am very much hoping that that is going to actually process. I might put some more onto our stacks at this point, just to clear them out the way while those all get processed. And while we're doing the stack, the combine is full again. So up we go and empty it out and make sure that our combine, wow, it's right on the edge of that trailer. I don't know why the combine quite went out there, although actually I do, because it's on a cut-in at the moment. So we'll be able to just back this off once it's emptied and let the combine continue on its way. I think if I was looking to change one thing about our setup on here at the moment, it would be the baler. The baler is really nice. I like the D1000 mod. It's really cool, but the bales are just such an unwieldy size. They don't fit in any of the auto stackers, and it means you need to go and manually pile all of these up. yes, I think there might be auto-loader trailers, but I'm not a fan of using unrealistic stuff, so an auto-loader trailer to me is not really an option. And as a result, it just makes everything so much harder than using a standard-sized baler. If we can switch it out, we might do it before next year's harvest. Just see if we can speed up this particular job. We very much need to have this field cleared in order to get the winter canola in, and it's looking less and less like it at the moment. Although we're only about halfway through the day, so there's still time, but it's very possible I might have to go well into the evening to get these all cleared off here and up to the heating plant. That then presents the problem of, is the heating plant gonna actually be able to process all this, or are we gonna actually have to stack a load of it down the side where we've got our existing stacks of straw? And it looks like the processing of the straw has been going fairly well. Let's get the pile over towards this. We'll use the bottom ones to push these in, fill this all up, and yeah, the actual trigger is very much in front of here, so we'll get all of those put over there, and just this messy pile we've got in front, just so that we can have these tossed in as they go. It is processing all of these, so that's really where we want the pile, right in front of the actual section where it feeds it. We seem to be keeping it fairly well fed at the moment, which is very good news. We're getting fairly close to the end of the sorghum field now. However, it is also just coming up to 5 to 1, and we really need to get off this field and into the canola. There's not enough space in this trailer to do the rest of this field, unfortunately. So the combine is going to have to go on a little bit longer and get this cleared out. I'm getting very worried about getting the canola out. It looks like we're going to have a single day to get that whole large canola field done. And I'm not sure that's enough time to get all of that lifted. So we'll have to see how that goes. We also need to get canola seeded next time, as I said before. So into the evening to clear out the rest of the bales. 97% full on this trailer, so we'll go tip this into our windmill as well. And yeah, we've still got quite a stack of bales to get rid of. It's really all go on the farm today. I think my combine's reached the end of the field. It's saying it's full, and yeah, this looks like the end of the field. There's a little bit over there in the corner, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm not too worried about that. So what I'm going to do is empty this out here, and then we'll get the combine going from the bottom corner over the other side. So yeah, into the canola over here. We want this to stay unfolded. Start up the front. Start up the back. And into the crop we go. Yeah, perfect. Round. And just cutting far enough in that we can then clear the existing course off. Set up a new course, exactly the same as the last one, and generate it. And there we go. There is our course for this field. Looks pretty good, actually. I'm liking that a lot. First waypoint, and away it goes. And that is going to work perfectly for us. We have got a great demand at the grain elevator. So looking at the wheat, no. The barley, no. It's not for canola, and it's not for sorghum. So nothing there really for us to do. So I need to go and tip this 912 litres of sorghum. And then we will get on. And in fact, I think our combine needs to be refueled as well. So I'm going to have to deal with that before it goes any further. Nope, it was my TM155 that's in need of a refuel. So we'll get that up to here and get it refueled. Or let's turn the engine off. Right, refuel that. Oh, trying to keep everything going here is a really big juggling act. I'm happy with how we're doing, but we do still have a lot of bales to clear off. I think a lot of the bales that we're baling at the moment, I will probably do off camera, because otherwise we are going to be just doing bales on here forever. The combine made it a good distance around the field before the canola filled it up, so it'll empty here before it goes back on its way. Really good amount, actually. Let's have a look at the yield map for our last two fields. So we are pretty good, actually, up on field 25. Considering the pH isn't right on there, that's really nice. But look at the dark green around most of this field here. We're getting 125% yield on this canola. And in some places, that is just pretty amazing. Another stack of bales back, and it looks like everything else is outside of the trigger. So in with these. And then we'll try and push those other two bales in. In fact, I think the front one that I've just put there is a little bit out of the trigger. We are making some decent money. We are an hour away from rain, though. So it looks like I'm going to be probably stacking into the evening with these bales. And we probably won't be able to continue the harvest. However, so long as we can harvest the remainder of this canola tomorrow, we should be absolutely fine. And with the headland out of that field, I think we'll be okay. And our combine has managed to get just beyond our tractor on the second way round the field. That's really good. That second headland has allowed us to basically pick up exactly where we were. Now, we are beginning to lose light. It is September, and we're not going to be able to go on much longer. Plus, I think we're going to get hit by rain any minute as we tick over to 5 p.m. We are expecting rain around about 5 o'clock. So very, very possible that rain will hit around about now. However, while it's not raining, we'll keep the harvester going, and we will keep emptying it until we have a nice full trailer. And with the canola on here, we're going to have to go and tip this in our store. We can't put this through the windmill at all. The windmill does not create oil. It's just a flour windmill, which is quite good. To have that requirement is fairly useful. It means that we can't just put everything through there, and our grain store is actually still needed. So we'll tip this in here, and we can get back to stacking some bales. The rain has started to fall, and that has put a stop to our combining for today. So I am going to stop the combine there. We will lower the header down because it's not going anywhere, and we'll just leave that there for now. So we get another stack of bales off this progressively muddier field that we have now. Getting a bit bouncy as we come off there. We'll be able to get these in. I think I'll wait for the rain to finish a bit, and then we'll go out there and stack some more bales in a minute. But that is the stacking I think we're going to do on video today. I think what I'll do is I'll go and get the rest of those cleared up off camera. In the meantime, our baler here is just continuing to work its way up, and we have a whole nother field of bales to collect up get through the heating plant. So our harvester is 52% full at the moment. I thought I had everything out of the shed, but I don't. So we're going to grab the seed bags here and get that started. Let's get these done and up. And yeah, we want to get these into the seeder. We need to get them going as quickly as possible. We do have some rain on the way. You might also notice that we can now got our fill level on our combine showing, which is very useful. So when that hits 80%, I'll know to go and deal with that and get that emptied. We'll pull this forward and open up the seeder. There we go. There's not a lot of fertilizer or there's a lot of seed in this, but not a lot of fertilizer. So I'm going to put a fertilizer order in. That should be here by the time we need to refill. And the seed is going into the front of this. So let's maneuver this around a little bit and put that in. There we are. All running out. That should all be running fairly well. I also want to get the pig food away from the windmill today and start giving that to the pigs so that we know that they are filled up. And this is not going to have to go very far to get this done. Now, I've worked out that field 32, we don't actually need to worry about that being ready for the to do the barley. Oh, sorry, to get the winter wheat in. Because we're not going to be putting it into there. We're going to be putting it into field 25 instead. However, we do have an issue there with this being the final day to get the canola in. Get the canola harvested and planted. If we don't get this done today, both of these are going to be delayed. And the canola, in fact, on field 32 is gonna wither, and we really don't want that to happen. Let's set ourselves up a play course, and as always we want to go with the longest edge. I want to go sharp in the corners. We want to go longest edge. We want to do 2 headlands. We've got a single tool. Let's generate that course. And that looks like this. It's going to stop in this top corner, and we're going to start down the bottom there. So we should be able to get this going fairly well. I do need to go and empty that combine. It's got down the bottom corner there, and you can see it's at 96%. It's made it quite a way down that field, actually. First waypoint, line it up. And there we go. Wrong season for fruit. Wrong fruit. Let's get the right fruit into this. And canola, and away we go. So this now should get on with this. And we'll get it filled up with some more fertilizer soon, because I think that's going to go down fairly quick. Combine is heading up here to empty, and it's going at quite a rate. We are going to have to empty it on its way here. So let's see if it'll actually follow us up the field. Right, back it up. Don't. If it cuts in here, it's going to back out very quickly. Yeah, there we go. Needs to be unloaded. So I'm going to back the trailer into place and see if we can get it so that it will unload here without us really doing any crop destruction. Oh, really? You want to do it that way, Combine? I can't drive into there. Yeah, this is not making it easy. I think the best thing for us to do is take control of the Combine, back it out, and then we'll be able to get it emptied, and then we won't have to worry about any crop destruction or anything like that, and then we can just get it going straight down the field after that, and away it goes. Combine is empty. All get in. Forward we go. We want to get it started, so start that, down, And then we want to go nearest waypoint. And that looks like it is on the right track. So we're going to order a set of big bags. I think 6 should do us. That'll be 10,920. And done. And they've been delivered to our farm for about 250 pounds. So that's not too bad. Quite better to get them delivered to the farm, I think. It saves a lot of time and a lot of energy to do that. And then with those having been delivered and ready, I want to get these moved. So we've got a lot of pig food up here. And we kind of want to get this in with our pigs. So pick up that. 2,000 litres for every 2 boxes we have here. And these going straight into the pigs. It's just saving us so much money, this. It's a little bit ridiculous. But it makes sense. Means that we can probably get rid of the pig feed area. Or our pig feed mix here. 'Cause we're not looking at using that going forward, I don't think. So pig food in. And the second one in. It'll take both of those. And done. And yeah, this is going to keep our pigs going for quite a while, I think. And then this one here will take the second 2,000 litres. And that should keep things going pretty nicely with the pigs. Yep, they are... Wow, not a moment too soon. Yeah, they will both take a big whack of food. Still plenty of food in for the chickens. And in fact, I need to do something about moving the chickens because we are at full capacity. We're not making any more chicks. And we have an entire house that's not being used. Our other pigs, yep, both of our sets of pigs need feeding. So we'll get all of these in there and that will be done. Combine is full again. So we're going to come around here trying to keep as much momentum as I can as we go up here. Make sure that we can keep up with the combine. It's a bit of a struggle for the tractor and the auger is out, but just being under the combine like this should mean that when we get to the top it will stop and fully empty. And we'll keep this combine going. Keeping this combine going is very, very important right now. And in fact, we're so close to the yard here that whatever we are at fill level wise, we'll just go and empty that. But yeah, 93%. So that works absolutely fine for us. Our seeder has run out of fertilizer. So let's start it up and head back up to the farm with it. Get this refilled. It is very much against the clock today. So much to do, so much to get in. And yeah, this massive amount of rain we're expecting about halfway through the day could mean that we end up having to slow things down towards the end of the day just to make sure that we can get everything in. It's all fine at the moment. We'll see where we end up, but it is going to be pretty tight. Cedar there. If we get the cedar fully stocked though, I think we're going to be all right for getting the canola. Just keep on planting it. Any mud we get from the rain might cause an issue. But we'll keep a close eye on that. And yeah, I think we're going to end up with possibly going into the evening on both the seeding and the harvesting. However, we'll get the fertilizer in. It should take all of these bags, I think. And we should be able to get 4 of these bags on first load. Let's take you forward. There we are. 4 bags on. The JCB not overly happy about it. That's quite a bit of weight up the front. But it is able to do it. And then this just pile of bags goes over the back like this. And that's only emptying one at the moment. Let's get the other in. There we go. There's two of them. And then we'll just extend the boom and unload the second lot. Oh, and we've had one just break, I think. It's fallen straight off the cedar. That is annoying. I've picked it up and picked up the other two bags, and we can just finish filling this up now. All of this should go in here, I think. There should be enough space. Oh, no. In fact, we've still got some left. Okay, so that should be plenty for us to keep going. And by extension, we can just stick these bags in here, and that will sort us. We'll get this set up back on the field so that it can continue on. Nearest waypoint, a little bit back, and bam, away it goes. Combine is full, and we're gonna try and catch it as it does this last little bit in here. Yeah, get under here. Oh, I was hoping to get under before the end of the row, but yes, there we go. So we can empty at this point here, and the combine then will be able to be, or will be safe to go and cut in again without any issues. And make sure that it just keeps moving. The more we can keep it moving today, the better. So this will be the last box of pig food, and we're going to put it in the far pig area because that is slightly down. We got 10,001 and 12,000 in the other. So we'll move this here, and oh, I think I need to go and sort my combine because I have a feeling my combine doesn't have islands set on it. Yeah, look at this. We didn't set islands when we set our course place. So let's back this off of here, and we'll set the combine up again, and hopefully this time it will avoid the actual wind turbines if I set this up right. So we started our combine originally down the bottom here. So let's close the course generator. I want it to go there like that, and field position there. And then we'll open the course generator, and this time we'll want to make sure that we do a circle around those. So generate course. And we seem to be on a very similar course to what we were before, except now you can see this is going around the islands here. So that should work fairly well. Seems to be starting and stopping in roughly the same place. So if I go nearest waypoint now, the combine should come in and just go round the island. So it's going on the same course. And just as the rain starts falling, it's going around the island. And once it stops, I think what we'll do is we will probably fast forward past the rain. Yep. And then continue on. Rain has passed. We can go back down, and it is 20 to 4 in the afternoon. So yeah, that's quite a bit of time we lost today. And in fact, I'm going to reduce our time down to 5 times just to give us a bit of a chance to actually get all of this done. Something else we're going to need to do today is get this rolled. And I think this tractor should be able to handle the roller, the TM155. As long as we can, we'll be good. And we can probably go and do that job ourselves. Our tractor is going well. Our combine is going well. So, yeah, I think if we hook this up, we can probably get this going ourselves. So, hook that back up there. They're all good. And this means that we will actually get the field rolled today, which I was initially very worried about. I thought we might not actually get this to do, but we've fed all the pigs. We've not got anything really else to do. We do have a whole load of bales to pick up, but having picked up a whole load of bales the last few times, I decided that picking up bales this time is not something I'm overly looking to do. So let's get this unfolded, and actually rolling the stubble here is going to have no effect whatsoever. So yeah, we'll just start rolling the field, and where we've seeded, it should be absolutely fine. Whether this works going uphill, that is going to be the real question. Combine is nearly full, and I'm going to pick it up the other side of the windmill here. It should make it round it, because it's just going to go around the edge of the windmill like that. And we should also be able then just to pick it up. So we'll set our cruise control speed down to 6, pull up alongside the combine, and because we're emptying downhill, this becomes infinitely more easy to do. This definitely seems to be having a little bit more trouble going uphill. It's not dropping revs massively, but it is only doing it at 5 miles an hour as opposed to the 7 to 8 miles an hour we get downhill. That's not overly surprising, seeing as downhill, of course, we have gravity going in our favor, and uphill we're very much going against it. But we are getting our downward runs done a lot quicker than our upward. On a plus note, our seeder is definitely over halfway through this field at this point. So I'm quite happy with that. We've not got a huge amount of time left to go to get this canola in, so that's very good news. And it looks to me like the harvester, the combine harvester, is reaching about the halfway point as well. I don't think we're going to have to go very far into the evening to actually get all of this done. Combine's getting full again as it approaches the top of the field, so we'll get that emptied out. Should be a little bit fun. Oh, in fact, yeah, it's going to stop before it gets to that. That's good news. So we'll just back this up, and I think it will stop at the end of the row here, maybe. Don't think it'll make us go. No, it is just going to keep going. Not overly realistic to go through that wire holding up the windmill there, but we are at least emptying. That seeder is moving at a much faster. That seeder is moving at a much faster rate up this hill than I am. I mean, if we align it like that, you can see just how quickly it goes behind the cab of my TM 155. Combine needs emptying again, and we've got another nearly full trailer, so we'll go and get this tipped. And of course, this is the thing that's slowing our roller down from catching up. While our roller is a lot slower than the seeder, it is twice the width, so the seeder isn't going twice the speed, so the roller is catching up. But of course, every so often we have to come and deal with this and get this trailer, or get the combine emptied and this trailer emptied, and that slows us down. We're about halfway through this field with the rolling now. The seeder is not massively far off the end. I think that's only got about 3 or 4 rows to go there. The thing that's still concerning me is the harvester. It's coming up to a fairly full tank at the moment, so we'll have to head over there and empty that again. This can go into the evening, and we're not expecting any more rain today, thankfully. So I think that we'll get this canola in and we'll get it all rolled. The combine, though, that is much more of a worry for me. The sun is beginning to fade a bit, and I really want to empty this combine at the end of this row here to keep things simplified. If we can get there in time for it. Yeah, we should be able to. I think that will empty at the end here. Oh, not quite. And that's not good news, because he is now going to go and cut in before we can actually empty it. Unless I can come along here and empty it. Enough. No, he is going to head into the crop, I think. And yeah, he will end up cutting in so that he can let me empty in this row. So just like that, he's cut a section in so that I can empty. If we caught it at the top of the last row, we'd have been fine. But now we need to stop the combine and empty it there, which is not great when we're running short on time. Our seeder has reached the end of the field, is heading down this way. So we'll try and avoid it as we do our next turn. Which makes some interesting rolling at the end here. And we're going to have to go right up to the top here to turn this around. I think we've only got probably 3 or 4 rows left with the roller. So that's not bad at all. But it is coming up to 6:30. And of course in September, that means it's beginning to get dark. And I'm really hoping we haven't got much left to do with the combine. Nope, there really isn't much. We've got this little bit left at the top there to finish things off. And in fact, this is a really good yield. 125% across most of the top of the field. In fact, nothing below 120% in this whole top area of the field. That is really, really good. Sun's getting pretty low now. We can see the seeder going around for its first headland still. So that's still got a couple of headlands to go. We've got 1, maybe 2 rows to do here with the rolling before we also going around on the headlands. So the good thing about that is we only have to go around the headlands once with this roller. And so by the time we finish this field, I'm kind of hoping that Seeder's going to finish all 3 headlands for us. And yeah, you can see up here, we're going to be going around and on the headland where it's been, but that's fine. Rolling everything in and then coming around for the headland later is no problem at all. Bring this round, get back on our next track, set it up. As long as we're not leaving a gap, we're fine, and it's looking like we're fine. And the time's just gone past 7 o'clock. The combine is coming up on its final row, so that will complete the harvest for this year. In fact, there we are. Combine needs to be unloaded. We should be able to finish off the canola tonight and get that rolled in. So I'll be happy with that finished as well. And that means today has actually been something of quite a big success. Yeah, that's emptying out into there. So with that, we're ready to move on from the harvest and start with next year's setup here on Moss Valley. We'll continue doing the seeding, and we've got a couple of other bits and pieces to do. Something I realized way too late is that I completely forgot to mulch the KiwiMedic field. We have well, we're gonna lose, I think it's 2.5% because of that. Not much I can do at this point, but this is why we really need to mulch our other field today. Why we need to get field 25 mulched, as well as finally getting its pH under control. As a result, we are going to be setting this job here on a course play course. So we want it to do 3 headlands, 1 tool, we're going to go headlands and sharpen the corners, and we want to go longest edge. Let's generate a fieldwork course for that. That is all looking good. We close the generator. You can see that's nicely set up. So we will set that going from first waypoint. And then, yeah, that will clear all the weeds out of there. That is a hoe, so it will take these bigger weeds that we've got in this field and get rid of them completely, which is fantastic. And so now we're going to take the TM155 here with the trailer full of lime that we've been holding on since before we seeded field 25 after the grass. And we're going to get that spread on the field. I'm not expecting it to be a massive increase, just enough that we can get the job done. And actually, this is having fun pulling it, this tractor. I thought this would be fine with this. Come on, through there. And then we'll turn it on. Nope, we need to open it first. We did make this mistake before. That is open. Try this again. And on. Have I not connected up my PTO? I haven't connected up my PTO. That is why. And this time, are we having any effect? I think it might be this spreader that's bugged, because I'm missing something here. We've got an automatic application rate. Lower gauge wheel. There it is. So yeah, it is. A lot of people were telling me about this spreader, that maybe it wasn't the grass that I was unable to spread it on. Maybe it was something with this. And yeah, it appears this has a lot more options. And last year we just missed this whole thing about how it worked, and therefore failed to properly get it running. And now it is, we are able to get it up the field. Although, as I said, this trailer full of this is slow going with this tractor. What worries me now is how much lime it's going to take to get this field in shape. We are under half of this left. And we've only, well, we haven't even made it once around this field yet. That does not bode well. So what I think I'm going to have to do is go and order some more lime, get it delivered to the farm. We went through a lot of lime previously, and we have got a couple of bags at the farm as well. This might be enough to get this corner done. I want to go up here at an angle of about 312. I think I worked it out at. Yeah. Can get the angle right, then we can get this corner filled in with what we've got here, and then go and refill. And at that point, we should be in a pretty good way to get the rest of this field done. We also, while we're waiting for the delivery of the lime, we're going to have to move eggs, because I have just had alert that there is no more space at the chickens for eggs. And we kind of knew that already. So we need to clear those and get that done. And we've still got 2,000, just over 2,000 litres left in this. So we might not be too badly off. Let's go for 312. And that is where I am going to set my first waypoint. Set second. And 317 is where it seems to be sitting. Hopefully that will help us to work our way across this field. On the way back down, though, we are about to run out of lime, and there we go. So we'll head back up to the farm. We'll get some more ordered, and then we'll go and move the eggs out of the way. Make sure we've got space for more eggs to turn up, and that should work out pretty well for us, I think. I actually got 4 bags of lime here, so we'll go and move the eggs, and then we'll refill the spreader. That will work quite well for us if we can do that, because then I can get them ordered, and while we're waiting for it to arrive, we should have enough there to at least keep the field going. I want to see how much that fills, because if those fill that up fairly well, what we'll be able to do is then come in and only need to get maybe another 4 to 6 bags of lime. That will keep the price down quite nicely, which we really, really need to do. So underneath, get those. That. I want to get the second one as well. Ideally, I want to get these onto the other trailer. Should have really got it round here. Oh, wow. We're going to break some eggs if we are this bad at doing this. Get that a bit further down. I think these are mounted a little bit higher on here. If we move these out of the way for now, it'll be able to get more eggs in, and we'll load them up onto our trailer or to transport them with the Land Rover a bit later. We're going to transport the bread on our bale trailer behind us there, because there's going to be an awful lot more of that. Moved enough eggs out the way to allow the chickens to keep producing for us, which is good news. As long as the bread isn't telling me that it's got no more space, we're all right. We do need to put some more wheat into our windmill. At the moment, we're not producing any wheat flour, so I need to go and get that sorted. All 4 bags picked up, backed out, and we need to get these loaded up into our spreader. So over the top, and oh, no, a little bit further. That should do it. Yeah, all 4 of those are loading in, and there we go. All 4 of them going in, and that's looking pretty full, actually. I think we may be 80% full. That would make sense to me, that we were 80% full from that. So let's have a look. How much have we got? Ooh, 90% full. So if we order 5 more bags, that would give us another full load of this, which will probably get the job done. So I'll get the order. In fact, we'll order 6, because that will be then 2 full loads into this, and will mean that we are at full capacity. In fact, no, we only need 4 to fill this. So I'm going to order 4 more bags, and I think that should do the trick. Yeah, 1 more load should do this. We're coming up to 50%, and we're about halfway through the field. So it looks about right for us to have 4 more bags on here. Another 8,000 litres will work really well. And that's fine. They are on the way. I don't think we're going to get to seeding this today. I was hoping that we might, but I think it's unlikely. But looking at the price of eggs, that's not a bad thing. Sort of max price or top price is 2,494, and we're currently showing at 2,140-ish. So we've got another £300 for it to rise. It's very likely it will do that in the second half of October. Whereas if we look at the bread, that is still well below its best price of 3,256. So we're looking to do a massive sell-off of that next month. We're out of lime again, and in fact, yeah, we're not going to need a full thing of this in order to do that, but that's okay. Let's turn it off, and let's close the door at the back, because we don't want anything coming out. And we'll head up and we'll get the 4 bags loaded into it. But yeah, there's no way we're going to need all of it. We could probably have got away with just a single bag of lime, I think, to finish this off. Thankfully, lime is fairly inexpensive. And so 4 bags, I think, was about £1,400. Not expensive at all for us to do. So we'll just get it picked up and dropped in. Load it back up, and then we can get to mulching, and we yeah, we'll then be able to get to seeding and rolling it next time, and that'll work out pretty well for us. As I said, I want to load up the eggs. I'm fully expecting our eggs to be selling next time, so we'll want to do that, and of course we will then want to maximize the bread sales after that. We have a lot of bread, and if we can sell bread at £3,500 per 1,000 liters, we are going to make an absolute killing at it. Currently coming out of our production, yeah, look, we are maxed out, so we really need to get over there and make some space, because at the moment we have 7,000 liters of bread sitting there. So that's 35,000 on its own, plus all of that flour that still needs processing. There's so much to get processed in the next month, so we want to clear that off as quickly as possible. In fact, what we'll do is, as soon as we have got this liming finished, we'll get this tractor mulching on Courseplay, and we'll go and deal with that bread. We'll take the flatbed down there and we'll start loading it up. Last little bit of this field and we're all done. There we go. Right, let's go switch out this spreader, grab the mulcher, and get this field mulched down. I'm actually slightly surprised that our garden is still going. I haven't refilled that with anything for ages, and yet we still have lettuces being produced from it. We've got plenty of water, plenty of seeds, plenty of manure. Yeah, it's still going strong. That's absolutely fantastic. That is just getting money in slowly but surely. Lots of lettuces just keep coming in, and that is just making money for us in the background, which is awesome. We need to get this hooked up. I notice I haven't got the PTO done, so we'll do that before we create a Courseplay course. But now we should be able to get field 25 finished off and ready for planting. So first things first, we've got to connect up the PTO. Bring this to here. Connect that up. Connect up everything, hydraulics and PTO. Good. Let's create a course. We want up and down, longest edge, 3 headlands, 1, and we want sharp in the corners. Generate me a course. There we go, starting up at the side there and finishing down here. That should work pretty well for us. While we're getting up here, let's unfold this so it can hit the ground running. And then, yeah, that is gonna just zoom through this field. First waypoint, and away you go. Mulch in the sorghum. Meanwhile, we're gonna head down here and get the bakery working again. Bring this round. It's just up and around the corner here. There is a forklift at the shop, but we're just gonna use this. Wow. I think we're gonna have to bring the trailer round here and just try and park it in this last space next to that car. If I do that, we might be able to load some up, but yeah, it's not going to be easy. If I take those end 2 first, then that will give me some maneuvering space. Let's get our wheels back to correct so that we've got more maneuvering, and bring the forks in a bit. Yeah, so if I take the end 2, it'll start producing them there. But we should, at least for a little while, have some maneuvering space to load them onto the trailer. That, and back out. Oh, wow, that's going to knock that one out of position as well. Yeah, there's going to be no easy way to do this. We're just going to have to keep stacking onto the trailer and hoping for the best, I think. Because this, at the moment, it's not going to make things easy. In fact, this is going to make things quite difficult with the limited amount of space we have. Wonder if we'd be better off putting that trailer on the other side, near that picnic table. After mucking about for a bit, I've worked out how is the best way to load this trailer up. In fact, with any type of pallet, we want to get this as thin as possible. Yeah, make sure that's in there. And yeah, they need to go on sideways like this. So we should be able to go at least 2 stacks high. Although what I might do is just put a double stack in the middle when we're ready to sell at slightly higher, so that's across. But those have all sort of slipped on there. Okay, I shouldn't have started at the back either. That was not the best maneuver, but we are in there. Strap that down, and that should strap that one. Yeah, that's going to go underneath, so that one's strapped down as well. So that means that our bakery will create another load of bread. We should be able to load that up, and by the end of next month, I'm hoping that we're going to have a whole load of bread to sell and make a good amount of money. We need to make a massive amount of money this year, though. And with most of our wheat and our barley and our sorghum not yet actually done, not actually produced through to flour and through to bread, I think it's going to be most of the year to get that done. So I think we're going to have a massive payday near the end of the second year, and this is going to be close. I really need to make about £500,000 as quickly as possible. We're going to make a good amount, certainly, to begin with this year. But I don't know how much we're actually going to, how close we're going to get to that target. This is the problem. We've still got 76,000 litres of barley, 66,000 litres of wheat. So there's about £70,000 worth there. We've got 83,000 litres of canola. Now that's about 100,000 on its own. So that's really good. It is slightly annoying it doesn't tell us how much bread we've got. But if we can triple our bread. So if we've got 30,000 litres of bread, which is possible, especially if we look in here. Yeah, 7,000. Okay, we know we had at least 7,000 plus I think another 8. So we've got a good 15,000 litres. So 3 times that, we've got 45,000 there. But we have all this flour and we're still making it. We're still producing flour in here. We don't have a lot stored, so it's got to all go through. But this is what I mean by the end of next year. We're expecting quite a bit. And we now need to fill up the wheat and the barley in here and keep those processing as well. So with both of our medium-sized tractors at work at the moment, one of them weeding and the other mulching, we're going to have to use our little tractor here to do this. We'll do the wheat first. This only takes 16,000 litres at a time, so it's going to be something we're going to have to continue doing over the next few days. And yeah, this little tractor's struggling, but we're not going to be climbing any massive hills with it. We're going to be doing a little bit of reversing up the slope to our windmill, but that should be all right. Especially if we come at it this way. I think I need to put a roadway in, actually, round here, because ideally I want to come down here, turn here like that on a roadway, so that I can then reverse up. And yeah, this is where it might struggle. But if we come across the slope like this, it shouldn't have any issue at all. And in fact, looking at this, our 8340 is going to be available for us to get this done the following day. So I don't think we're going to have any massive problems. I think next year we're going to have to sell these crops rather than get them going through the windmill, because I don't think they're ever going to process in time. And not a moment too soon, talking about that, our 8340 is done. We are not going to need this on the weeder for a couple of days, so we might be able to get this hooked up to the trailer now and get some more wheat in. I have just filled the trailer up, So it's going to be taking at least one more load with that. But we'll go and drop the weeder off this, and then for the next load, we'll be able to use this tractor. So second load with trailer round, and we'll press it up. And once it's tipped at the top here, we'll just drop it off and switch tractors on it. Because, yeah, using this tractor for this job is not ideal. It does not have anywhere near the power of our 8340. But it has done pretty well, to be honest, to get this done. I couldn't be happier with it. This tractor's probably been underutilized on this farm. A lot of the jobs I had that little Zebra for on this farm have either been taken up by the JCB or have turned out to not really require much use from a tractor very often. For example, refilling the water in the garden. The garden has not needed a water refill in a very long time. And as a result, we haven't had to use the little tractor for it. It has just been completely underused. One thing I do need to do next time is move the chickens into the second chicken hut. We have an overload of chickens at the moment and could very well use them, well, do with them being split. We'll create twice the eggs and twice the income, because we'll get more chicks, and more chicks eventually means more chickens, which eventually means more eggs. So definitely want to be doing that and seeing if we can get the chickens to be a little bit more profitable. They're not bad at the moment. We've got lots of chickens and we will make money off them. We're just not going to make a huge amount of money off them. This is probably the last of the wheat for today, I think. It only really has space. Yeah, it only really has space for this trailer. It won't take another full trailer after this, so that's good. Tomorrow we could concentrate on getting some barley in here. That will still run till the morning fine. This we can deactivate, although we need to start getting straw bales collected up again off the other field and getting those processed. So I've got that job to do. We're fine in the gardens. Bread is going, although not very fast. This does worry me slightly. We may have to end up selling flour, I think. Best price for flour is 1,240 in December. So what I'm going to do, actually, is we're going to stop distributing flour here. I think we'll change the output to spawn. Yeah, and we will just spawn flour here, and we'll get selling flour after we've sold the bread, and that will help us make a bit more profit and clear things a little bit better. Meanwhile, our mulching tractor's doing fairly well. I think that can continue off camera until this job is done. Yeah, then this field will be ready for planting next time, and we'll get the winter wheat in. So we should be able to get the mulching going today on field 32. I really want to get the fields ready as much as possible for spring. That is field 32 and GamingFFC both need to be ready by the time we're looking to reseed in March. Shouldn't be a problem. The only thing that needs doing on both of them is mulching. So let's create a course for this field here. Pretty much should be good. We're on the longest edge. Yeah, so no changes to the settings. Generate fieldwork course, and that's looking pretty good. It's going to do the edges last, but that's fine. So we'll take it over the other side of the field and get it started. I think there's enough fuel in this tractor. It's got about a third of a tank. That should be enough. Let's unfold the mulcher, and then we can start this off. Away it goes. And yeah, it's fairly early in the morning at the moment. In October, of course, 20 past 8. It's still quite dark. Next thing we want going then is our seeder. We've got just over half a tank of seed and half a tank of fertilizer. I am hoping that that is going to be enough for the field that we need to do. So we'll get this down to field 25. Should be a pretty good spread, I think. This is, yeah, we've got canola in the KiwiMedic field there. We're going to put the winter wheat in the in field 25 down the bottom here. And then that means that we'll have the sorghum this year over in GamingFFC, and that won't be planted until about April time. And in March, we'll get the spring barley into field 32 beside us here. So it should be, again, a really good amount of everything sort of going in and getting sorted. I don't know where all of our money is going as far as the flour and the bread and everything is. We're going to make a ton of cash on the canola this year, but I can't see the same money coming along for our other crops, for our sorghum, for our wheat, and for our barley. It's a little bit weird at the moment. Right, we want 2 headlands, 1 tool, longest edge. Yeah, generate that. A longest edge should be down the sides here. And yeah, that's exactly where we've got it. So that is the shape I want on this field. So we'll get this going. And like with the previous tractor, this one has just under half a tank of fuel. So I think that should be enough to get this job done. We're going to have to roll this field, of course, after we get it planted. But there should be plenty of time to get that done today, especially with the amount of, well, with the time we're getting started on this. So we've got wheat selected. First waypoint, and away it goes and gets planting. And that just leaves us in the JCB doing a job that we have done an awful lot this year. We need to get bales off a field and back to the farm here. We'll drop off our bale fork. We'll drop off our pallet forks and put on bale forks. And this is going to be a little bit more difficult. We've now seeded the field next to it, so we've got to go a little bit of a long way round to get these bales, and we've got to come up this hill here to do it. There might be quite a bit of a jump there as well. And I'm just wondering if I can get around the headland of the field up here easily, or more likely we're going to have to take these bales down by the road. So, oh, these stacks of bales are going to be fun. At least on here it's nice and flat and should be fairly easy to transport. But with our flatbed trailers all taken up, we are definitely going to have to drive big stacks of bales up the road here. Thankfully, the only place this road leads is to my farm. Probably going to go higher in these stacks than I have previously. If we can get stacks of 5 back rather than just stacks of 4. So that would be 10 bales at a time. If there are 100 bales on this field, which is very possible, that would be 10 journeys. If there are, which would be another, yeah, another 2-3 trips if we only did 8 in a stack. So I want to try and minimize the number of journeys. Of course, really minimizing the number of journeys would be putting these on a trailer. So creating one of these stacks, putting these on a trailer, and then getting them back. But as I said, our flatbed is currently down at the bakery, finishing off loading bread. We're waiting for that all-important point at which everything is sellable. And I've actually added the time-saving stock check mod now onto here, so I can keep abreast of things a bit better. We are coming very close to the eggs being sellable. I'm hoping to get another pallet of eggs before we can sell these. And at 20,000, that's not bad. The canola's getting close as well. We're at 1,220, and it's 1,313. So we're keeping a close eye on that as well. But everything else, our bread says we've only got 15,000 liters and it's only worth 52,000 at maximum. Considering the amount of stuff we've put into that, I am really surprised. Wheat, we've only got 17,000 liters of wheat left. So we must have a lot of stuff sitting in productions waiting to be worked through. Because right now, we do not seem to have our money's worth of wheat and barley sitting anywhere. And as a result, that's going to hit us quite hard this year if it doesn't come through. We are looking at least 200,000. I think we might reach 300,000 this year if we're lucky. But we'll have to see how it pans out. Those two bales there are not on there. Great. So we'll reposition them before we move this stack. That is a very forward heavy stack. We will have to be very careful taking this. But doing the lattice setup like this, that should mean that our bales are more stable while we're transporting them. I just hope they don't move at all on the bale spike, because that could mean we end up with just a pile of mess along the road. This is slightly leaning to the right, but I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, there we are. Now, just as long as we're not too bumpy on the way, we should be okay. The nice flat tarmac across the start of this should help. Oh, wow. This really screams we're going to have a mess. We're out the mud the other side. I've got two muddy areas that this is going along. And it is just such a scary stack. I really think I might need to get a new dolly trailer for this, because that would be so much better than worrying about this stack all the way back to the farm. Just look at that on there. That is, oh God, that's scary. Feels like it's moving forwards all the time. Is it actually moving? No, it's just at a crazy angle. And now, going up here, we've got to go up through the mud, which that is going to happen. Then there is no way to avoid that. So it's going to make it wobble even more. Duck down and forward and back and roll all over the place. Oh my, yeah, we need to get a flatbed, even if it's just for a day, and rent it. This is too scary to keep going. But it looks like we might make it to the top of the road. No! Oh, it's gone! That is horrible. We made it almost to the top. We've got a mess of bales now to clean up here. Yeah, we need to go and get a trailer, because that is so disappointing. I am definitely keeping my eye out now for a new baler for next year. As much as I love the D1000 baler we've got on here, it is just at this point becoming a complete liability. These bales, the number of them we have, the amounts that we have to get picked up and moved manually every year, well, you've seen how much work it is to clear a field. And we've got to spend most of our winter doing this. I really think that we're not going to be mulching this field until probably February, March time, based on how much work we're going to have to put in to get these bales collected up and get them cleared. So a baler that we are more easily able to handle the bales with, I think, is going to be a necessity going into our final year on here. So that mess of bales is up at the heating plant. Let's get it started up. So activate it and get some money rolling in from that straw. Meanwhile, I'm just going to take this down to the shop and we're going to see if we can get a dolly trailer. So something very stable that we can load up with bales from this field and get bales back quicker. The time we take to go and look and pick up this trailer is going to be worth it for what it's going to allow us to do. So up to the shop and we'll just bring the JCB in. It's been a while since we've been up here. I haven't bought anything for this farm in an age, or at least nothing that we've had to come up to the shop to get. We are not going to pick any of these up, but this is where we are looking for that elusive baler. Meanwhile, we want bale loaders and we're going to want a trailer. Yeah, maybe something like the farm tech there. In fact, I think that farm tech is going to be pretty perfect for us. So with with no extensions on it, we'll just go straight up flat. That's 19,500. The lease cost will be okay. The lease cost will be less than 1,000. That's fine with 195 a day. That is the best way to go with that. So let's get a number plate on it from our patron and channel members and get it gone. And congratulations to Axion Grozzo. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and higher level patrons and YouTube channel members. So I'm going to go with Axion GZ on the number plate. We will okay that. And let's get that trailer leased and out picking up bales. Back up to it here and hook up. There we go. And there we are. So this should be nice and stable. It'll be a pain to back up anywhere, but I'm not looking to do that. We're only really looking to have this for a few days so that we can get all these bales picked up. After that, we're going to be looking eventually with a new baler to get some sort of auto stacker to sort those out. So I don't really need this flatbed for very long, just to clear this field off and make sure that we can get this job done efficiently, as opposed to the huge amount of trouble we're having at the moment. I think this should do the bales crosswise, so I think we should be all right to get 3 bales at a time picked up and stacked and get the whole trailer done like that. And we might even be able to get the trailer right up next to the heating plant and get it to unload as it goes. So let's see how it goes and see how quickly we can get this trailer filled up. If we get this trailer up to the top of the field here, I think it's a little bit more flat up here. We should be able to just park it about there-ish. I'm hoping the front dolly wheels aren't going to move while we're doing this stacking. Otherwise, I'm going to have to stick another tractor on it, and we can always do our little tractor on it and get that just holding it in place. With any luck, though, we won't need to do that, and I can just get this all stacked up. So, first bale, and then we'll swing around, get the second bale here. Oh, yeah. When the actual telehandler slides on the ground like that, it just becomes really hard to control. And then a third bale, line that up, and the whole thing out. And of course it all should slide on fairly easily after that. 1, 2, 3. Nice row of bales. As long as they stay put, which doesn't always happen admittedly, then we should be able to get them onto the trailer rather nicely. And we will go as high as we can with this. Yeah, so okay. Wow. There's a lot more space to put a lot more bales on here than I thought. This is a big, wide trailer. I kind of wonder if go slightly differently. If I put these on the end, does this tell me that I can go 3 across this way? If so, I think we might stack a little bit differently to how I originally planned. Yes, I can. Okay. So we'll do it that way then. We'll go on here like this. It's going to be a little bit more trouble to do it this way, but we will get more bales on this trailer if I go 3 across like that. What has happened here? No! Stop this. It has gone rogue. Our seed has gone rogue. It has gone straight across 2 fields, destroyed a swath of our canola for next year, and just why? Now we'll be able to get back this field here, but that strip through the middle of the canola field there, that's awful. Oh wow, look at that. It's just headed straight off the field and across everything. This day has kind of started off not great because of everything we've faced with the with those bales, but that is a disaster. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, because of course we can't plant more canola. The window's closed, so I can't repair that field. But it's just gone from this end up here and got lost. How did it get from that side of the field over there to just going down here like this? That is an absolute disaster. That's where it left off from and decided to go from there right across the field. I don't think it was even turning, was it? Wow. Okay. So nearest waypoint. And we'll just make sure that it doesn't wildly go off across the farm like that. I think that worker got sacked. I'm stacking the end ones like this. We won't be able to stack the whole trailer like this. I think we can go 5 sets of bales high on here. So that will be 15 bales just in this end section here. That's more already than we'd be able to transport back in one go. Oh, but I have just seen how off that stack is. So we're going to have to do a little bit of reworking with those. And restacking, but that's all right. That's kind of goes with the territory. I think we might get half a bale trailer done today, and then we'll have to continue into the next day. We're going to have weeding to do on that field of winter wheat, so we'll get that weeded today, tomorrow as well. As well as starting the sell-off. I think we're going to have lots of stuff to start getting sold off next time too. I am not going to spend video upon video upon video getting these bales off this field. We'll get a lot of that done in the background over winter, because otherwise that's going to become tedious. The whole thing about documenting it right now is that I really wanted to document that we're gonna be having to do this a little bit differently. Oh wow. To the other field. So right, that there, that lean forward is really bad. So lift that off and put it down again. Yeah, we're getting a bit rear heavy here. I'm gonna have to look at getting another stack. The way that just flies up, that is really disconcerting. But with a bit of a better stack at the end there. There we go. Yeah, 3 more on top. Ugh. And I think I might rework that a little bit better because that has gone not great. Right, carefully get these on the top here. And yeah, that is about as high as I want to send this. And oh, wow. Yeah, that is just making everything move. And that is a lot of weight on the very rear of that trailer. Let's get that strapped down, and it will strap all 5 bales. So yeah, that is where we want to take it. We just need to get some weight forward now because that is very rear heavy. I think the trick to getting 3 bales across like this is going to be to try and only get the tip of the bale spike into the bale, and then yeah, put it on the edge like this, pull off a bit, and, oh god, yeah, this is not going to be easy because that, in order to get that bale in the right place, I'm having to get it stuck on there. So don't want to really have to lash these bales down every time. There we go. But I think that's gonna have to be how I do it. Otherwise, we are just gonna have bales flying everywhere every time I try and put some on. We should be able to fit 75 bales on this trailer. So even then, we're probably looking at 2 trips in order to get all of these on here. Wow, that's so many bales. And now you can see why I want a new baler, because this is just unsustainable. Might be able to fit 1 more bale on the front of this as well. So I've pushed those 3 too far over. We can come around and reposition all of those fairly easily. I am happy with how this trailer is working out. Yes, it's not quite what I originally expected. You know what would work really well though is if the bale clamp actually worked. If we could have the bale clamp working on here, that would make all the difference. And I've poured all 3 of those really low. Right, time for a bit more clear up, I think. Yep, those have got to come off. And then we should be able to fit 1 bale on the front here. Just taking up that little bit of space there. The more bales I can fit on here, the better. And that would take me up to 80 bales if we can get this bale to sit on the front. Should be able to. Somehow I will be able to. Yeah, just a little bit more care and attention. And now I need to flip it up the other way. And our seeder needs refilling as well. And of course, we haven't even got to rolling that field yet. We'll have to get that going over the evening. Been concentrating so much on getting these bales done that I've not got the roller out. The roller will take no time at all. So we'll get that shifted over. The bigger worry is the fact, of course, that I'm not sure I have any fertilizer or seed to refill that seeder with. So we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, trying to get this on here, it just does not want to go. There we are. It looks like right near the end, the seeder here has run out of fertilizer, and annoyingly, it's right near the end of the field. I can't believe this. So yeah, the fertilizer that we put on, or that it put on through that crazy streak that it put through the rest of the farm, is basically the fertilizer it needed to finish this field. I don't think we've got any bags left up at the farm, and we've got to get this done today. So I might have to put an emergency order in to get this finished. I also need to decide what to do with this strip we've got through the field up here. I'm very much thinking we might reseed that strip with canola when it comes through to March. Yes, the canola in that strip will be growing a lot later, and it'll delay us actually harvesting the canola field. But I can't see any other thing I can really do to correct that problem. Do we have any fertilizer up here? Nope. I'm going to have to go and put an order in and get it delivered because our shed is bare. Bag of fertilizer purchased and has arrived. I've got my little tractor here with the bag lifter on it. I'm hoping this is going to be able to reach. It's quite front heavy as well because I don't have a weight on the back of this. We might be all right, actually. I was always worried that the bag lifter wouldn't actually reach up. But I think we're going to be okay. Yes, that is. Oh, that works perfectly. So we'll get some fertilizer into the back, refill that, and we should be able to do, get this finished. What we then need to do is get the rollers going. So I'm gonna do that before we finish. It is getting quite dark. It is 10 to 6. So there's a whole load of work to be done still, and it's going to go into the evening. But while it's dry and while we can, we really want to get this stuff finished. So there's only a very little bit left at the bottom of the field here. I'm going to go from this side because there's also some patches in the field that haven't been planted as well. It looks like it lifted up a little bit early when it came to do them. Yes, especially down in this corner. You can see it on the mini-map. There's a fairly big patch of orange around here, and yeah, so I've got a little bit of clearing up to do. But once we've done that, we can get the rollers out here, and the rollers will work through the night getting this field finished. Just gone 10 past 7, and having cleaned up this field, we can now get it rolled. So let's just create a course, 2 headlands, 1 tool. Yeah, generate me a course, and there we go. So that shouldn't take this too long, I don't think. It should be through this fairly quickly, and hopefully it won't go rogue again. I'm really hoping that we're fine for there. Looks like our other tractor, the T155, has actually run out of fuel or needs refueling, so we'll take that back. That will finish off mulching field 32 tomorrow. This tractor should have this all done tonight, and I think, judging by the prices, we'll probably be looking at selling stuff off next time. So we'll start making some money around here, and that will be really good news. So I worked to move a lot of bales off here last night. We have a trailer absolutely full of bales. I'm hoping my telehandler here is going to be strong enough to get these bales moved, and I'm hoping that we can actually get this trailer out of this field. It's going to be very tough. It's a huge trailer and a massive number of bales. In fact, I think I'm having trouble with various bits and pieces. So yeah, we've got to squeeze this out of here. Not overly happy. After a little bit of maneuvering though, we've got ourselves out and round. These bales are moving a little bit on this trailer, and I have no idea how well this is going to empty into our furnace. This is a lot of bales. I'm kind of wondering if we're better off getting these sold. And in fact, if that's the case, I'm going to need to turn this trailer around, because the bale sell point is the other direction. And yeah, getting all of this to our heating plant, I don't know if that's going to be possible. And I'm just looking at how much fun this is having struggling up this hill to try and get these to the heating plant itself. And I don't think it's going to be the easiest thing to do. We might have to unload these actually by our chickens, which is where we've done them before, just to get them off this trailer. But yeah, look at this. We might go get the more powerful tractor to get up here, especially as we have a lot of mud to contend with. But this is barely making this up a tarmacked road here, let alone up this very muddy path that we're gonna have to contend with here. Let's try it. Made it through the very first part. The mud is slowing us down, and now I can't turn the trailer quick enough to get it round the corner and past this tree. So yeah, we're gonna have to try and back this out, I think, and see if we can get the other tractor, because this is not gonna make it up here at all. Wow, that is quite a full trailer and a difficult job. Surprisingly, it's making it up the straight road. I'm amazed. This little telehandler has more power than I thought it did. It's making it through the mud. It's getting this trailer up here. I'm not having to get that tractor out. We should be able to get this up here. If this works like this today and allows us to work this well, we might actually get this whole trailer unloaded and into here without too much hassle. Now, I'm going to do something that's probably a very stupid thing, and that is pull this up alongside, start it loading in. Okay, so if we pull that to here, look at those front bales. They've just completely come loose. Yeah. But it is actually beginning to transfer and do some of those. And yeah, the straw is at full pelt. So what I'm going to do is disconnect that, get the JCB out the way, and try and unload some of the bales off the back, so that while that's processing these, we can start unloading the others and getting them into storage. That's what we need to do. There's actually space here, I think, to start piling bales up. So I might do that. Unload and pile in this space here so that we can easily access these to get them through our heating plant later and keep that money coming in. The amount of hassle doing these bales has been really emphasizes the fact that if we're going to do them again next year, we want to get rid of our baler. I mean, just looking at that those set of bales fell off the back there. There is nothing I can do about that other than try and get them restacked. And to do that, I'm going to have to maneuver around and get all of this sorted. And it is just a massive headache every year on the farm to deal with the bales from this baler. And the obvious choice, the obvious fix for it is get a bale stacker. Get one that can come in and we can stack up all of the bales, get them quickly collected up and put back wherever we want to on the farm. And at the moment, we just can't do that with these bales. So this has solidified for me more than anything. Despite the fact that we still have a looming £1 million to raise in a year from all of this, we just can't hang around with the baler. So I'm going to be hang around with this baler. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for a baler this year. We're going to try and get one purchased as quickly as possible, second hand preferably if we can, and a bale stacker to go with it. If we have to end up leasing it to do it this year, we will. But at the moment, just dealing with these bales is way more hassle than holding on to the baler is worth. The trouble with this time of year and this job is that the two don't really mesh too well. It is coming up to midday. It's 20 past 11 already. We've spent the entire morning trying to stack these bales, not succeeding that well, and we've got to still go to the field and grab another trailer's worth of these bales. Really, I'm coming at this trailer from the back to try and collect these up, to try and speed things up and make things a little bit easier on us. But to be perfectly honest, it's not making things that much easier. And when we get towards the front here, this is as far as we can stretch to get this, and it's not overly happy with it. And in fact, I've missed some of the bales completely. I'm not gonna try and go back and grab them because of the problems I'm having here. We'll get them from the side and bring them in, but it's just, yeah, this is really time consuming, really tough. When you've got lots of bales, this becomes a problem on here. So we need to find another solution to this, because at the moment this is not working. Meanwhile, our mulcher has finished work, and before we get that over to the GamingFFC field, what I need to do is just fix something from last time. We've got these strips of crop in the wrong field. You can see here that this is the mulcher has destroyed the stuff in this field that shouldn't have been here. So what I'm going to do is just unfold this and mulch out the crop that shouldn't be in these fields and just get rid of them. And that is gonna leave a strip in our canola field, but that's much better than us having well, leave a dead strip in our canola field. That is much better than having a strip of I think that's wheat. This is winter wheat, isn't it? Yeah, winter wheat. So that will get rid of the winter wheat in the field, and means we won't have issues later on, which is always good if we can get rid of these issues sooner rather than later. It's really annoying though that we had these strips. It's not so bad on this field where we're going to be putting in the spring barley come next year. The trouble we've got here is that it's gone through our canola already, and that is so very annoying. So with it cleared from field 32, we want to clear it from this field as well, and we'll just mulch across here and yeah, cut out this strip of crop that doesn't belong on this field. I could conceivably in the spring put a strip of spring canola through here, but to be perfectly honest, I think we're better off just mulching this little strip and leaving it. It's not a massive amount of canola that we're losing or that we've lost because of this, and this strip will just serve as a gentle reminder to keep a closer eye on our workers on here. I've got to the point now unloading these bales where we've got to come at them from the side here. I don't know if I undo this, any of these will start going into the furnace. We've got a good number in there. It's holding at 10,000. It is producing quite a bit of money for us, which is good news. We're up to 17,648. Oh, this is a really tight area though to try and be unloading these bales from. I think what I'm gonna do is try and go from the front. Those bales on that side though are processing into our furnace, so into our heating plant. So we can just take this stack here. Very tempted to move the trailer and get the stack going that way, but to be honest, we can probably just push the rest of these into there as it goes. and be good. So I think I'm gonna get these stacked onto our bale stack over here, and then we'll head back to the field and we'll move the trailer, put the rest of the bales out in front of the bit, and then head back to the field to try and get the rest of the bales cleared so that we can get our mulcher started. Look at that moving on that bale spike. Yeah, this is a mess. I think if I hook up to the trailer and then just come back in the other way around, that will probably get these into the heating plant. That's stuck on the heating plant at the moment. There we go. And we can go up to our mulched field here and do that without too much hassle. So long as these last 5 bales stay on the trailer. That's the bit that's worrying, but I think they're going to be okay. Yeah. Like so. And we'll just load the last of these in. Going to take them. No, it isn't. Right. I'll unload them and we'll head back up to the field because we need to get cracking. If I remember correctly, we only leased this trailer last time, so we'll be able to return it without too much trouble. Definitely want to look at selling our baler. In fact, let's have a quick look at what's in the shop today, and in all honesty, not much really. Possible bale trailer. Will this go as a bale trailer? Yeah, it will. So possible bale trailer in that, but nothing else that's of any use to us. We will keep an eye out for a new baler though and sell our current one as soon as we can, because we really need to be able to have an easier time of clearing such large fields of bales than we currently have here. We won't have the time at the end of next year to do that. We'll have to get them cleared a lot quicker than this, and we just can't hang around doing this. And all of these bales now hiding in these weeds are going to be so tough to get collected up. So the way I'm going to do this is from the center out. We're going to extend the boom right out. We're stuck into the sides of the bales as we have been, and the closest we can get to the middle of the trailer, that is where we are going to place the first stack. Should keep things nice and even as well. And then we're going to try and anchor these in the middle. So let's put them there. And slowly come away. Right. So that gives us an anchor point of bales in the middle here. We should be able to get at them from the front and from the back to get more on. They're fairly evenly spaced, and I'm liking that a lot. So let's get some more bales together on here. Maybe make a stack in the middle that we can then build out from, and that will make things so much easier for us. Fully extended boom again, and line ourselves up. Try and get this nice even stack. The better the stack is in the middle here, the easier this is going to be for the remainder of this trailer. And I think I always want to stay one stack above in the middle. So if we don't have enough bales on here to completely fill this trailer, we're not going to end up going up to the full 5 stacks on them. So we'll now fill in the rest of the trailer and see how far that goes. There are still a considerable amount of bales on here, but I'm not sure there's enough to completely refill this trailer, despite the number of bales that it looks like there are. So with those anchored in the middle now, should be able to get the next row in, and that's despite this having a bale out the front. What we can do is we can push against and get those 3 bales together. I can then reline this up and get these on here. Yeah, and there should be enough space there at the back, we can see now, to actually get the next 3 bales on. It's a little bit of using the bale stacking as best we can. I want those to stay there. That's nice and in place. And with those where I want them, we strap them down before they go moving anywhere. And we just create steps like that. And that should allow us to get a good set of bales on here. Now I need to go and do 3 on the front. This is the thing about these bale spikes. They are so long that it makes it really easy to spike the bales this way. Don't know. I've said this before. I don't know if this is the most realistic way that you'd spike 3 bales on here like this. It doesn't strike me as being overly realistic. But it's the only way I can seem to get these bale spikes, this JCB bale spike, to work. Otherwise, I'm picking up 2 bales all the time and just causing a huge amount of trouble. Also, that is very annoying. Having those come off in that stepped pattern like that is going to make it very hard to get them on the trailer how I want them to. The whole thing about these bales is that the whole setup on here just does not work. This causes us way more hassle than it ever should. And yeah, we need to approach this a different way, because at the moment it is holding us back. It's causing us so much trouble on here that we should be just zooming through stuff here and getting these gone in way less time than this. It's taking us multiple days to get these bales collected up, and yeah, we should not have that problem. Let that go forwards. Just push them back on, and yeah, actually this has worked a little bit better than I thought on this bit. I thought we were going to have a lot more problems with the front of this, but nope, we're good. We got a stack on, and time to get some more. That has taken that long to get 4 sets of bales from this on. It's just so time consuming. Look at all the bales still hiding in these weeds. There's way more here than I figured there was. This is such such a difficult field to get done. Oh, and now I've got a bale stuck on the front. Need to unload that off there and get in. Yeah, and you can see now the light is fading. We are losing light. It is getting later in the day, and we still have all of these clear off. I think that this is going to be something that goes on into December. Thankfully, this is a spring barley field. So, no, this is going to be sorghum. So this is going to be the last field that we get replanted. So we've got all of winter to get this mulched. I was hoping to get the tractor in here today doing it, but that is just not a reality at this point. And so, yeah, we're going to have to keep doing this. I think in order to not make this boring, what I'm going to have to do is get this done off camera and get it all collected up, because otherwise we're going to spend so many of our remaining videos and remaining time on here trying to get these bales collected up, that it's just going to be not worth it. So let's get that strapped down, and time to get started on the next row. Something I have been monitoring is the prices, and we can see here that actually the price of eggs is so close to being best price. That will go over the top very soon. Wheat is getting there, barley is getting there. The canola is almost there as well. That'll happen in the next couple of months. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing a big sell-off over several days, and I think that's probably the way it'll go, is that we will have have a single episode selling a ton of stuff, and it will all be over several days as we do it, as the winter goes through. So it'll allow us to jump through winter and get that all done and sold off. Nothing is quite there yet, and I was thinking that best price might hit very soon. I think it's going to start hitting next day, so we will probably look at starting the sell-off next time and getting that and trying to hit the best price all the time, which is going to be interesting because we're going to have to cycle slowly through the days to try and hit that. However, here we're going to have this going on in the background and trying to clear all these off. There we go. And I don't want to use an auto-stacking trailer. And oh, what the heck? Look at that. We're not going to be able to put these 3 bales in the middle. Not the end of the world, but I would prefer to have, yeah, put them on the top there. That, though, has got it. Has gone much easier. We need something to push against. And the trouble is that when we're stacking that middle lot, we can't push against that. Right, let's try this again. I've got 3 more bales lined up. We've got them on the spike here. We took them off so that we could get them properly loaded on. We'll extend this out and see if we can get them on the middle. Be positioned slightly, and how's that? That looks pretty good. Put that on the top, and then we got the steps up. Ah, look at that. It still has pulled some of them out. Let's try again. Place it down. This time we will burst out and put a lot of pressure down. There we go. Right, is that nice and straight? That really could do with pushing on. So I'm not going to strap. In fact, no, I am going to strap those down. We've got another row to do. We can get them strapped down, and then when we come to push the next row on top of there, then we will correct that. Send this out and get this loaded on the other side, and we are properly losing the light now. It is this has taken all day to get one trailer unloaded and reloaded with half the bales. That is a little bit mad, and I don't quite know how this would be doable on this scale going forward. Really do have to make sure that we are doing this more efficiently and better next year. We should have abandoned this actually after it took so long the first year, but we are managing to get this done. But the light is fading fast, so I'm going to continue on with this. I'll get this loaded up and this back to the farm, because tomorrow we are going to need this to load up stuff, to get stuff sold. We're going to have the last of the eggs to get onto the trailer before we go and sell those. We're going to have a whole load of lettuce to sell. That's coming up. We've got a whole load of bread to sell. And yeah, I think we've got some flour to sell as well. So lots to be getting on with, lots to do, and lots of money to be made. We're starting off today with selling the eggs. We've got a trailer full of them packed. We've got 9,800. And we're going to run down to our best price shop, which is down the bottom here. I drove through one road to get to the eggs and to get down here that happened to have a few puddles in, and you can see the incredible amount of mud that we now have on our Land Rover. I'm going to go into the pond. Let's navigate around that. So it's not easy to see, and I'm actually, in fact, I really would like to have the windscreen wipers clear this, but can't really at the moment. Working windscreen wipers would be a really nice feature to have on Farm Sim. Maybe that's what we'll get in the next game. A nice little bit of working wipers and maybe some water and mud on the windscreens as well. Now, the place we're looking to sell to is right out the far side of the map over here. It is, again, one of those far-reaching satellite sell points. And it's just on the corner here where that truck is. In fact, that is where it is. I'm going to pull in here and get these dropped off. Now, we're running at 5 times today because we have quite a few bits to do and not a lot of daylight to do it in. So running at 10 times would make it almost impossible. But we've had to start at 10:30 just to have enough time to do everything. And that has sold the eggs 23,177 with a 461 environment score. That is not bad at all, considering we only had about 10,000 liters of eggs. So very happy with that. That is a cracking start to the day. I had originally thought that we were going to need to deal with the weeds in field 25 today. But instead, I have got the mulcher actually starting on this field up here. And that is because basically we need to get the mulching done. And the weeds are going to require a sprayer. So we're going to probably lease that after we've done all the sell-off and can get the weeds actually sprayed. So much better to have the mulcher actually out there and doing stuff. Take this back up our very muddy road here. And this is basically the road I came down. And you can see the state of my Land Rover as I'm going up it. So we'll get to the top here. And then we're going to go and park all of this by the pressure washer so that we can get it cleaned off. I do not like having my Landy this dirty. So we'll be able to just give it a quick clean down, be able to see out the window again, and then we'll head over and start loading up the canola, because the canola is the main reason we're doing the sell-off today. We've got 106,000 liters of canola, and it is at its best price. It's probably going to be worth somewhere around 200,000, I think, if we can sell it today. So we definitely want to get on to that. In fact, yeah, there we are. The price is beginning to drop. We have 83,000 liters and we can sell it for 109,000. So not quite as much as I thought I could, but it's still worth a lot of money. So we want to get that sold today. We want to look at possibly getting the bread sold soon. That is on the up, so that might sell today. That might be better later. And the flour as well. We've got 67,000 pounds worth of that, but that is 57,000 liters. So we've got a lot to get sold, a lot to load up, and a lot of work to do. We'll start filling our trailer up with canola. There's 83,000 liters in our store. We can take 16,000 liters at a time. So this is going to be a pretty long-winded job to get all of this done. Multiple trips. And I need to head out here. Oh, we're going to need to go to the fuel tank first. Grab some fuel into here before we can get this going. Fuel tank on this farm is in such an awkward place. And we haven't made it any easier on ourselves by putting the DEF tank down here as well. Let's refill that. While that's refilling, let's see where the best price for canola is. Tag it. That is Ridgeway Goods. That, in fact, is exactly where we've just been. So start the engine up and off down there we head. And yeah, I think based on that, we're gonna have probably about 4 to 5 trips in this tractor to do to get this all tipped today. Thankfully, we're going downhill to get it unloaded and then only coming uphill on our way home. Where we are as we go into next year on the farm is going to be very telling. I think I'm going to keep track of everything and make sure that we don't lose sight of our ultimate goal in this series by paying off as much of the loan as I can after we've done this year's sales. We are going to get a fair amount from this trailer load. And ready for the big bang. There we go. And this is our first load of canola out of the trailer. That is going up fast. 21,000 off the first load. That's really good. And a 430 environmental score. Yeah, more of that. We want to be well, as close to 200,000 as we can be after this sale. And yeah, then we're going to start jumping forward a bit and seeing exactly how much we can get off here this year. I don't know whether to set the flour into bread and start selling that over the year, or whether we just want to start selling the flour as well as the bread. I'm just looking at the price that we're selling the flour and the bread for, and we've got a third of the amount of bread as we have flour, but it's selling for about the same price. I think we want to be converting as much as we can. We have got a whole load of flour in our bakery, so we are still making bread. I think, though, I'm going to start transferring that over. Yeah, and in fact, we've got to refill the sorghum and the barley in our windmill too to get that working. So there's a few bits to get moving around those today as well. The beauty of dealing with the bread, or converting as much of our flour into bread as we can, is that we then have to deal with a third of the number of pallets if we do it as that. So let's start filling with some more canola. So we are going to turn the flour back into distribution mode so that that heads over. And yeah, we need to get some more sorghum into there and some more barley. While we're filling up, though, I'm going to go and put some more straw into our production. We want to take the straw from this end here because this is almost onto the road. And what we'll do is we will try and grab 6 bales off the end. Nice long spike straight through both this pile and the next pile. It up. Rock it back slightly. Yeah, there we go. 6 bales. And these should all manage to go into our heating plant, especially if we're careful. The other way to do it would be to do it from sideways on. It might be a little bit more secure. But we can just pile these in front here. They'll start to immediately go in. And in fact, I think we might be able to get a second pile there. Nope, we'll just pile some more in when we come back. And those done as well. And now that our canola is filled up, it's time for our second trip to go and sell that. I think a lot of our issue with our bread is actually how quickly we can process the flour into it. It's still very full, the bakery, and as a result, it's not able to process everything we got. And we got way more flour than that can process at the moment. We currently have stored in the windmill 43,000 litres of flour. And our bakery can only hold 65,000, and it's full. We're filling it up now. So yeah, it's not able to cycle through things really quick enough. It might be a case that maybe we have to place a second bakery. If we're being that successful and we want to get all of that bread out, maybe a second bakery is the way to go, and see if we can produce double the bread that we're currently doing. Certainly maximizing how much we can get in bread from our farm is going to get us a lot closer to that £1 million target we've got in just 12 months' time. Unfortunately, there, of course, is another downside to getting a second bakery. we will have to pay a lot of money to get it. Let's have a look here. Construction wise, for 50,000 we can place a bakery. In fact, we've got a couple of bakeries, both at a 50,000 base game. Do we have anything in the premium edition? Yeah, we have another bakery there that's 50,000. So there's a few choices of bakery that we could place. We actually, I think, do have... Yeah, we do have space to place it. We've got a whole load of room around here that we could... I wonder if we could place it over by our actual bakery. So is there any space around here where our bakery is at the moment? There might be sort of round here, but we'd have to... Yeah, lots of overlapping and things like that. We've got the place anywhere, so if we can find a space to place it, we can place it. But at the moment, there's not really anywhere around here that it could go. We'd need to find somewhere back at our own farm for it to be placed. So really, it's going to be a bit difficult for us to get a second bakery going up here, unless we can find a small one that we can place up here. At the moment, there's not really anywhere to get that going. Speaking of getting things going, before we head down to get the canola sold, and before I drive out the yard, let's just grab another 6 bales and get them over to our heating plant so that we can keep that going and keep the money coming in from that. This might, this time, actually place us over the 100,000, and certainly it seems to be handling all of those bales really nicely. Yeah, that is a good speed with which that heating plant is working. So third load down to the toll point, and it's now 20 past 1, so we're making good progress on this. I think we only have 2 more loads to go after this, so we should get all of these done today. With most of our most of our best prices going to be either next day or next month. We're very much looking at then getting things in order for a second day's worth of selling. Certainly, we want to get all the bread sold tomorrow. I think we can invest with the flour in getting this done. 49,000 liters of flour. We half that. That's 24,000 liters of flour. That is going to be more money than we're getting there. In fact, it's going to be more than the cost of a new bakery. So I think overall we've got the excess flour at the moment to go and do that. We can place the bakery. We know overall we will make more money, and it will be easier from a distribution point of view. So I just need to find somewhere to place it, and then we can double our bread output. Get this refilling again with our 4th load. We have 33,000 liters left. Oh, I think that's going to be just over a full trailer for our last load, which is really annoying. How are we doing? We've got 2 remaining bales over there. We are absolutely burning through these bales today. No pun intended. But we need to get these all through here. We need to get these all processed because they're gonna make us quite a bit of cash. I think that these are probably a little bit far out from the actual heating plant. So if we push them in, they might disappear into it. No, I think the heating plant is just full. That's all right. We'll stack this lot on top, and then that should get those processed before we get back again. And yeah, get all of these in. Just keep shoving bales in here all the time, and we will make a ton of money off. Quite frankly, one of the most annoying jobs I think I've done on this farm. In for our 4th load. Let's bring this round and get it fit. And we're already up to 120,000. Getting that straw going through is paying off. And in a minute, we should be up to about 142,000, I think, by the time this is all tipped. And there it goes. Half the trailer gone and the full trailer finished. 142,346. Absolutely brilliant. So one more full trailer to go, and that should get us over 160,000. Back up to the farm for our final full load, and I'm half tempted to leave the remains of the canola in here to include with next year's, because it's 17,166 liters that we have left. Let's just pop up here and check on the state of our bales. Again, the pile is getting lower. In fact, yeah, there's just one bale left. So we'll grab another stack of 6 off here. 6 seems to be a fairly magic number as far as getting these. So that's what I want to do. And this has been a pretty good start to our second year sell-off. Of course, this is the second year that we are selling a load of stuff off from the farm, and is working quite well. 142,000 so far, and we're a long way from doing everything. I am very tempted to set the bread to just automatically sell and just keep that going that way round. Right, let's try and get this all in here right next to it. Little bit blocked by that one, but we should be all right. Yeah, let's just tip that pile there. That might all go. Certainly the stuff on top of it will. It can be fairly difficult to get everything to go in here, but that should do for now. And what we want to do then is grab our tractor and trailer and go and do our last run of canola. What we're going to do after that is we're going to refill the windmill with both wheat and barley and keep that going as well. Keep creating that flour and keep producing bread. And I think we might try and find somewhere to put a new bakery in and start producing more bread. And then, as I said, it might be wise just to be automatically selling it throughout the year to keep everything turning over and keep that money coming in. Last load down to the sell point, and this is, as I said, gonna take us to at least 163,000, maybe a little bit more. Up the trailer goes, and in the canola goes. Takes a little while for that trailer to open. 163,500. Very nicely done. We just got to get this back up to the farm now. We've only 666 liters left. So what I think we'll do is we'll leave that in there, and we can deal with that along with next year's crop. What we need to do now is get the wheat and the barley into our windmill, because the windmill is actually, the windmill it's fine for wheat. We need to get the barley in there. Is there any sorghum left in our store? No, we have no sorghum left at all. So yeah, that needs to be deactivated. So we'll deactivate that when we get up there, and we'll go and refill the wheat and put all of our barley into there and keep that producing flour and producing extra cash from those. So pull this under here, grab some barley and get that loaded up. We've got 76,000 liters of that, and processing that is gonna give us, oh wow, 23 liters for every 30. So basically half of what we've got. Oh, this is going to be very rough maths, but it's a huge increase in how much it's worth. I'll have to work it out before next time, but this is more than worth doing. We will deactivate the sorghum flour because we're not using that. And then we can go and tip this. That will keep all of this running overnight. And we can keep putting this into here to keep this topped up. Yeah, best way for us to make as much money as possible on here is definitely going to be to keep feeding the windmill the grain, keep producing the flour from it, and once we produce the flour, to then keep turning that into bread. I think I need to find somewhere to place a second bakery to keep the bread coming. Let us know in the comments if you think that is the right way for me to go, and whether we should just get the bread automatically selling throughout the year, or whether we should just leave it as it is and sell it when we absolutely get the best price. So the bread should be the thing that makes us the most money today, and I'm eager to get it sold. I think the value is only like 75,000, which does seem a little bit low, but we are up to 175,000, which is very good news. Let's get this down and out the way. Now, thankfully, we do have not a huge amount of money to spend today on the sprayer. We should be able to get one and lease it without too much hassle. My biggest issue today, actually, is going to be getting in here and getting hold of these bits of bread. We've got 2 levels I think we can go to on our trailer, but getting in here is really tight with this. And line that up. Let's get underneath there, and we only have 1 space left at the moment. I need to get in the end here and get these. Unfortunately, these aren't liftable by hand, and I always thought that maybe these pallets of bread would be. If we can get rid of these cars, we can actually sort this a lot easier. So I'm going to get this onto here, and then we'll see if we can get the cars to go, because this is our bakery and we can control these things. That actually looks like some pretty good positioning for that bread. Put that there. And then I want to jump out and get it lashed down. Still quite dark at this time of year, at this early, but 9:10 is a pretty good time to be loading all of this up. Now the rest of these I think we can put on normally, because we're not trying to fit more on, and that will make things easier loading this up right now. We are constantly producing bread, and I'm very much thinking that it might be wise just to keep continually selling the bread off during the year, especially in this second year, getting everything just continually making and selling. We won't lose a huge amount, especially compared to how much it would cost for us to go and just sell the wheat or the barley. We'll make a lot less money doing it that way, so much easier, I think, going forwards, just to get this, instead of straight up selling like we are now, to instead get it to sell through the year. So what I'm going to do is here, especially if the price is good at the moment, we're going to change the output mode to selling, and we will just continually sell the bread. And that way our whole system is just working for us all year round, continually bringing money in, and we can see how that goes up through the year. It's a little bit like our power generation. Our power generation is great for just continually bringing money in as well. And we got more than enough bread and flour, and we've still got some barley to put into our windmill, and so there's plenty to keep going around that. And my thought very much is we need to keep that system emptying out and selling and everything like that, because otherwise we're not going to get anywhere near all of it processed. And when we get to that point, we need to make sure that we cut off everything at the right point. I'm just trying to get these in the middle, make sure I get into reverse and away. I knocked that end once, so we need to push that back on. And we'll put just that single one on the end. Now that everything is selling out of here, we don't need to worry about that. But it should mean that, yeah, we just continue to make money throughout the year. We won't make quite as much as doing this, but in all honesty, we won't be able to do this next year. January is too late. We have to have had everything sold off by the end of December of our second year. 12 months time, we will know if we have made enough over this coming year, and it's gonna be an uphill struggle. We are currently only at 175,000. We will go and pay off, I think, a big amount of this today. We want to get some stuff paid off with our loan, and we might even get as high as 250,000. But first, of course, we have got to spray those weeds and get rid of them. So let's hook this up. We're only going as far as the garden center, so we've not got very far to go, and we should make a decent amount of money with that. Oh wow, we need to change our steering type, because this trailer and this JCB don't like to turn sharply, which is not great when you're trying to come around an area like this. So our sell point is just up here at the garden center. Thankfully, we're not having to transport this bread very far. We will just double check the price as we come into here. And we're looking at making 3,314, so just over best price. And we should make 70,642. So let's go and give that a whirl. I think it's down the side here. Either down the side here or around the other side. So we'll pull it into here. Yeah, and it's here. Look at that. In it all goes. And total of 69,603. Don't think that was the wrong place, but that certainly seems to be lower than we were expecting to get. Yeah, there's nowhere else up at the garden center here. That is really weird. Unless... No, that was all of our bread. So did we sell it at the wrong place? I don't think we did. So I'm a little bit surprised. That was a lot lower than we were expecting, but... we still do have 246,860. I think we'll top that up with a little bit of flour. We got some flour down at the farm. So let's go load that up, get that over 250, and then we'll look at getting ourselves that sprayer and getting rid of those weeds. I am really surprised by the amount of money we made there. I thought that was going to be more than that. It wasn't massively less, but it was still less than I was expecting. Probably about the same amount, actually, as we will get for direct selling from our bakeries. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about that. That is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Let's sort our steering out, and then we should be back to being a lot more maneuverable. Now, how many pallets we got? I think we've got 6 pallets of flour here. Everything is back to distributing to the bakery. I output to here because I wasn't sure we could get through everything. But it doesn't make a lot of sense. We've got time. We've got the flour. Let's make the bread and make the most money, especially if we're going to do the automatic selling. So the flour here... we will just sell this off. There's no space in the bakery at the moment. So it makes sense to just top up that gear, or the money that we were making from the bread today, top that up with a little bit from the flour. We don't have to fit too much on here. So that's not going to be a problem. Unless, of course, I don't get into reverse when I need to. Right, that's the first two on. Get that strapped down. All my straps are currently strapped on. This trailer does have a weird thing of if there's nothing there to actually strap to, strapping them underneath. It means you can't see them a lot of the time once you've sold stuff and don't realize that they are not actually on there. So, second one, grab that and up. And I don't think we're going to be spending a huge amount of time on the farm today. Oh, you can see actually we've already sold some bread. We are at 249,000. So that I think is working. That is going to be a better way for us to do it. And I don't think we're going to lose a huge amount of money with it processing through like that. A little bit more. Back and down. Yeah, I keep putting them down and then switching my driving direction. It's like it's a muscle memory or something. It basically just keeps happening. That one can come off, that one can come off, that can come off, and that can come off. There we go. Right, one last set. And yeah, look at all this pig feed we're getting out of here. Pig feed is brilliant. We are going to make so much money from the pigs at the end of this year. We're going to sell pretty much all the pigs off at the end of the year. And that will give us a huge boost to our income. I wish it hadn't put the pig feed on top of that then. We'll have to lift that off once we've got the... once we've got the flour onto the trailer. Right, bring it round. Place it down. And out. Okay. Let's strap this down. No, let's see if we can get that pig food off the top first. Amazed that pig food stayed on, to be honest. There we go, pig food off. We can go and put this into the pigs actually, and yeah, this can go straight to the pigs just up here, and then we can go and sell all of this flour up at the garden center, because I think that is the best place for it. And I need to double check that the garden center is the place where we're doing that. Best price for flour, that is Ridgeway Goods now, so that's changed. We do not have all of this flour. We have a lot less than that, so we're not going to make 80,000 from this. It is £1 better than best price, so we definitely want to be selling it today. I'm going to tag Ridgeway Goods, but I have a good idea. Yeah, it's down the bottom there. We've been there a few times. Let's head down there now with this, and I'm going to switch my wheels so that front wheel steer, make maneuvering easier, and I'll see you down there. Down at the stores, yeah, they are right at the bottom here. So we'll pull this in and make some decent money off this flour as well. This will take us fair way over. Oh, I've overshot. We've got a little bit more, so we've made 6,150 off the first lot, 1,300. So about 7,500 off that. That is very good. We are now up to 256. So we need to head to the store. We need to go and grab ourselves a sprayer, and we need to go and get rid of those weeds, and hopefully it isn't going to cost us a huge amount, and we'll be able to actually get the weeds sorted and pay off a big chunk of our loan. If we can pay off 200,000 of the loan today, that's a really good start. There is something else we can sell today, actually. We've got all of this lettuce that needs to be sold. We actually still have this other flatbed kicking around. I should probably return that, I think, now that we've got this trailer. Although that might be a little bit flatter. But yeah, let's return this flatbed because this is costing us money. We will return that. Yes, okay. I've actually still got the lime spreader as well, and I'm kind of wondering if that has a load of lime in it. If it does, we need to get a tractor up here Yeah, there's a ton of lime still in that. So we might need to get rid of that as well. I think once we get the tractor out, we will have a look at that. But what I'm thinking right now is let's get these pallets of lettuce collected up and get them onto the trailer and sold. Got a bale here that needs pushing towards the heating plant, and in fact we could do with getting more stuff into the heating plant. That does really well at getting all those bales done, but it does take a lot of time and effort to keep it loaded up. So we're gonna have to do that a little bit later. So it's running at the moment, and it's you can see it's running with very little in it. Forward into here, off a little bit, and then back in again. Getting these onto this trailer is going to be a little bit annoying because the trailer doesn't quite take 3 across, but also is a little bit fiddly to get 2 across. But if we push this on with this, yeah, that should help. And of course, not attaching a tractor to it is not going to help things easier. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe we need to go and grab a tractor quickly, put it on the trailer for selling these off. So grab the 8340. We will just get this hooked up. Oh, something else we're going to have to do soon is inspect our tractors. 6 months time on that one. But yeah, all our inspections are due in about 6 months. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that money-wise. But you can see still the money's going up. So the bread sales are doing really well for us now. So I'm going to load this trailer up. Provided I can get into the right bit here with the forks. There we are. Yeah, we'll get this trailer loaded up and we'll go and sell it. We'll see how much lettuce we have here. This should make us a decent amount of money as well. So, yeah, keep bringing in that money. Keep getting that farm closer and closer to that £1 million that we need to pay off. Final pallet of lettuce. Let's just grab that with forks. It's really worked out well. We've got 5 rows. I've got 5 rows of 2 and then a single 5 rows of 1 on the top. So 15 pallets of lettuce in total, but they go on here really well. That is if I can actually line myself up. Been fun getting these all sort of neatly next to each other like this. Right, back it off. Oh, it's going through the bottom of the pallet now. There we go. And back off. Yeah, drop nicely onto the back there. There we go. Really happy with that. That is a good amount of lettuce we have to sell here. And when we come back, we'll be able to get some more straw in it, I think. Right now, we've got to find the best place to sell these. And lettuce actually comes up best price next month, but we're going to skip ahead to March. So we are looking at only making 14,000 for this. But the garden center seems to be the best place, so we'll tag that. And if we look out the window, I'm expecting it to be over that way somewhere. And it's not. Where is the garden center? No, it is flashing in that direction. Oh yeah, there it is. It's hiding behind the wind turbine. So we were in the right place with the bread. We just didn't have all the bread. I'm actually a bit surprised by this lettuce. This is 12 months worth of growing of lettuce with manure and with seeds. Unless we've run out and that's caused us to stop doing lettuce in our garden. That just seems like a very low amount. So while that's selling, let's go check this. In fact, no, we'll wait for it to sell. We'll see how much we'll make, and then we'll go and check on the status of our garden. But that is 14,550. So yeah, absolutely the right place to be selling. 272,000 in the bank. And no, it's still going. We've still got water, we've still got seeds, and we've still got manure. So nothing there that should stop the lettuce from going with what we've got set up. It's just not running very fast. So now we come to the job today that we need to spend a little bit of money for. First thing we have to do actually is put some weights on the front of this tractor, I think, unless we can get a sprayer that's trailed, but I would be surprised by that. Actually, let's go into the shop first and have a look at the sprayers. And finding one with the herbicide, or with the spot sprayer on, the only option we actually have, I think, is the John Deere sprayer. Only 52,500, but the moment you add the See and Spray onto it, it takes it up to a whopping 91,000. We don't need that big a width. We want to put the Michelin tires on it. Yep, that should do it. I don't think our crop is so grown that we can't drive on it. If it is, then we're going to have tram lines, because we've got to get rid of these weeds. And we need to select somebody from the patrons and channel members to go on the number plate. And congratulations to Ichigoat. You have been selected at random to have your name on the number plate. The easiest way for me to do is to go IC, miss out the H, IGOAT. So that's what we're going with, is IC1908T. We will okay that. And then leasing this, 4,666. So it's not that bad. We are well within budget for that. So yes, let's lease that. And then to go with that, we are going to need a single pallet of herbicide. This is not going to get used very much at all. So we'll buy that, yes, and okay. And that means we definitely won't have to put the weights on the front of this tractor now. Because, yeah, this is a trailed sprayer, which is perfect. Right, let's get everything hooked up, get this refilled. That sprayer actually isn't as big as I think it is. Quite often when I'm looking through things, it's not a massive sprayer. Yes, it can have a huge reach on it, but compare it to that tractor and it's actually not too bad. Right, let's refill that. Just 2,000 liters of herbicide. I will be amazed if we use even a quarter of this herbicide. Feel the spot sprayer just really doesn't use that much. And yeah, let's head down to the field and get the field sprayed. So down to the field, we'll do the headlands first. So I want to get this unfolded, and I have a feeling that this sprayer is going to be big even for this farm. Look at the width on that. Yeah, that is quite a width on this sprayer. So I want to back it up into the corner. It's also got a really weird system for the connection. It's got a sort of a double jointed system that turns off when you reverse. Turn it on. Yeah, it's not immediately spraying, and we're just getting rid of those weeds as we go. Look at that. I love the targeted spraying on this. It's just awesome. It's going to get very fiddly up this top corner. Need to get this back in. Turns so sharply going backwards, it throws me out all the time. But yeah, there we go. That's maneuvered not too badly. And then the sort of articulation in the connector really helps to get us back round. That actually, in that corner, that was a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. Finished the headland. I've set my GPS and I'm heading up to the top of the field here to do the second row. We have used less than 100 liters of herbicide here. It's a pity I can't sell herbicide back because I could really do with doing that. But we are doing well. We've got sort of 265,000 in the bank. We are going to use very little of this herbicide, so that's good. We'll end up with just storing this. And I think we'll return this sprayer, and we will return the lime spreader once we have completed today's work. It's gone pretty well, and we got more done today than I'd expected to. So not bad, to be honest. Not bad at all. This will be money well spent. There are so many weeds in this field, and that would have dropped our yield across pretty much the whole field with what we had here. And getting this little bit of money spent, this $5,000, when factored into the fact that this is going to all go to flour and eventually bread, should mean that we make up the $5-6 grand that we've spent on this pretty easily. I'm not expecting it to really be a money sink. I think this has been very much worth doing. Last set of weeds here on my right. We get them sprayed off, and then this job is done, and we are all set to go into the new year. Nothing more really to sell this year. We've got everything sold off that we want to. We do need to keep feeding the barley that we've got left into our windmill, but that shouldn't be too much trouble. And all in all, we're looking to be in a good place. I'm gonna get this returned. I'm gonna get the lime spreader returned. I've been wanting to split the chickens to the second shed for a little while now, and they've been full in their current shed for a while as well. And if we can double the number of chickens, then A, we'll make more money at the end of things, but B, we'll also be able to get more eggs going, because we've only had one delivery of eggs in a year. Well, just this a little bit. We did have a delivery overnight of seeds and fertilizer, which is what this is. I think I'm gonna have to pop out a cab here because I can't see the lineup very well. Yeah, so I was a little bit off center. We'll get in and under these bags. I think 4 bags of seeds certainly should be enough for today. We've got a little bit of extra fertilizer. We've got 8 bags of fertilizer. So I'm expecting it all to fairly useful to us eventually. We have got one more field to do after this. So we've got a field of sorghum to go. Oh, there we go. And let's get the front ones in and see if we can line them up. We'll be able to get 2 to go at once here. Yeah, there we are. And whether this takes all of these 4 bags, I can't remember. But looking at this, no, we're not even going to take... Oh, no, we are going to take the first 2. Whether we take the next 2... No, it will do. It will take a little bit more, but not a huge amount. So we're good. That's plenty of seeds, and I'm glad that I ordered 4 bags of these. I don't really want to have to order more to be delivered later. Get these then into the shed, and if we need to get them out later, we can. And there are the 4 bags of fertilizer. It's very possible that we will only need these 4 today and not the full lot, but we'll see how it goes. I don't think it's too bad on that field, the nitrogen level, but normally we get through quite a bit of this. We're up to 300,000. We managed to get through all of the bales. All the bales have gone through the heating plant. Our bread continues to be sold at the moment, so we've got continuous bread sales going on. So that's getting the money going up all the time. And yeah, the farm is doing pretty well. We are nearly a third of the way there. Oh, and wow, we actually did not take all 4 bags. So that is not too bad. Let's pull that in. And we will put these next to that set so that we know that these are not full ones. Just back this out. We're going to be using this telehandler today, and I need to go and put a bit of fuel in it. First, though, if we jump into this, we're now nice and full. We've got 3,600 litres of fertilizer and 2,400 litres of feeds. We will close that up and head over to the field. Now we're gonna keep an eye on everything today. I don't want another strip happening like we had there. So we'll bring it onto this corner, and this is where I want it to finish. There's quite a nice little spot here for us to finish. So if I can get this to finish here, that would be good. Bring the tractor to there, back it up a little bit. Right, so this is going to be my finishing point. Bring up this and clear the current course and set a new one. So we're going to go 6 meters, 1 tool, 2 headlands. We're going to start work on the center. We're going to sharpen the corners, up and down longest edge, and that way it'll be up the hill. And the thing I really want is a circle bypass at the islands because of our 2 wind turbines. So let's generate that course. And there it is, starting in that top corner, finishing right where we are now. Nice and straight up and down the length of this field. That's perfect. So let's get into a forward gear. And we'll head over to that corner. And wow, yeah, actually, the nitrogen on this field is pretty awful. So I think we might get through quite a bit of it. Bring this up to our start point in this top corner then. Line everything up. Let's unfold our seeder. I really do like this seeder. This is the one from the premium expansion. And it's quite a nice seeder. Right, we're doing barley today. So let's switch over to that. First waypoint, and away it goes. And of course, we've got plenty of time to get this rolled. So if this gets through this field today, we might actually get it rolled today too. So now that I've got the seeder running, what we need to go and do is firstly get some fuel in this telehandler. It's pretty awful. Oh, got that on. Hang on. There we go. That's got rid of that. And we'll head around to our very annoyingly positioned fuel tank. You can see here all of the bales that we'd got for the heating plant. Those are all gone now. So they brought in a nice little wad of money. Money is going up quite nicely. I mean, we're up by another £1,000 there already this morning. And that's just the fact that our bakery is now constantly selling bread. I don't think it's a massive drop for how much we're making from the bread to do it. And it will just mean that our farm processors keep going, which is very useful. We don't really want to be in a position where we're having to move pallets around all the time, especially now that we're into our second year. We've got less than 12 months now to get ourselves up to the point of paying this £1 million loan off. And we are not even a third of the way there. So this year's crop is going to be very important. The pigs are going to be very important. In fact, I need to check on whether we have any pigs to sell at this point, because we need to make some space in our pig areas as well. Now we've got quite a few pallets of pig food here. Before I lift this up, let's have a look at our windmill. And our windmill has wow, it's got no space for pig food, so we need to get this out. But yeah, it's spawning it. It seems to be getting rid of it, which isn't great. Kind of need the pig food, but with 16,000, I think it says 17,000 liters of pig food in there. That is 2,000 a pot. We just need to make sure that we give enough to our pigs. What I'll do is I will alternate the delivery. That will make it a lot easier to keep track rather than just going in and trying to work out exactly how many each one should have. And yeah, and then we'll have a look at our pigs and see if there's any money to be made from selling some pigs today. If there is, that would be great. You know, we've still got time to earn this cash and still got time to get there. I think in 3 years, now that the farm is running smoothly, we would almost definitely be able to pay this £1 million loan off. But 2 years, that is going to be a push. We'll say this windmill has been an absolute godsend. We haven't touched our pig feed mixer since the first year, and I'm actually tempted to sell it. We might have better use for that space. So I think that's a distinct possibility. I am a little bit wary of spending money at the moment, but certainly adding a little bit of space here with that would work. I didn't expect the windmill to be quite so prolific with its pig food. And maybe, well, I would say, oh, maybe it's worth keeping the mixer. But, whoa, okay. For keeping the mixer for if the pig feed runs out from the windmill. But it's not going to. Well, that'll go into there. Did I lose one? I don't know exactly how much I put in then. That may have been 3. It may not have been. But we're going to have to even things up now. So what I'm going to do is to be a little bit more careful with this one. We'll take that. We'll lift it up. We'll let the next one spawn. We'll drop it back down. And we'll take a triple. Because one spawning on top. Oh, here we go. This looks fun. Can we get these 3 over to the other pig shed without toppling anything? I think we can. I mean, that is not too difficult. Yeah, look at that. Round we go. Over to the pig shed. And done. Nicely done. So while that's emptying, I want to have a look. And yeah, we're full in the pig pens. So we kind of want to get these sold. We've got 12 months old, 25 months old, and 2 months olds. How many of these do we have? We've got 20. So we could sell off the oldest ones, 20, fairly easily, I think. And that would make us 10,000. In fact, it'd make us 11,000 if we transport them ourselves. Really depends on how we're doing with time today. I think we'll get all the feeding done. We'll get the chickens moved. And then we'll look about selling off our oldest pigs that absolutely are in the range for us to be able to sell off now. And would give us a chance to breed some more pigs before the end of the year. Looks like we won't make a massive amount of money, but considering that pig feed is basically a byproduct of our bread making process these days, the pigs are costing us nothing and are just going to make us money. Of course, I'm left with 3 pallets, and an odd number having been dropped off. So we're going to have to take a single pallet off the top here and put that in the lower one here. We're then going to have to take a single pallet and go into the top one. Then I will check to see if there's any kind of imbalance in the amount of feed we've got in these 2. And if there is, what we'll do is we'll put the extra into whichever of the pig sheds has a lesser amount, just to finish things off. Otherwise, we will hold off and wait till some more gets produced. Oh, come on, stop pushing. There we are. And that should be good. But yeah, we've got the pigs all fed. We've used up all of our pig food. It's been very, very useful. And I think this will keep our pigs going at least until this year's harvest. At least I hope so. We can check that in a minute. And if we go and sell some pigs, that will actually drop their usage. So our first pig pen, they've got 15,000 food. They're using 1,500 daily. Yearly, they use 47,000. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Their health is not great, but that's because they ran out of food. So we're all right at the moment. They're good for straw as well. Whereas our other pen, that has only 40 pigs in it. And I'm guessing that ran out a little while ago because that has a lot less feed in it as well. So we will put the feed in the lower pen, which is where our other ones are. But I'm slightly surprised that there are so many fewer pigs in there. Unless that is a smaller shed, which is very possible. But yeah, it looks to me like we need to put at least 2 more of these in. So as soon as a second one spawns, we will be able to top this up and even things up a bit. This has not completely filled up these pig pens, amazingly. So still quite a way to go feed-wise. We still need to make sure that they're fed and that we keep producing pigs. Yeah, so this has not actually produced any piglets. Are both of these not pigs that can produce piglets? No, their reproduction is nearly there though, and that will give us a whole load more. That should in fact fill the pig pen when that happens. And we will sell off the 25-month-olds at that point. Today, though, it looks like we're just going to be selling off this 20. These are only 2 months. Yeah, so this pen, these are very close to producing. These ones need now to sell off at 25 months. And I think our trailer, this will take 12 pigs by the looks of things. Yeah, 12 pigs. So we can do it in 2 trips. But speaking of trips, the thing we need to do now is our chickens. Now, I think our chickens are out of food, or very close to being out of food. But I have picked up the herdman stick here, and this is how we're going to transfer our chickens. So we hold the herdsman stick here, and we want to take as good a cross-section here as we can. We've only got 1 rooster, so we need to buy a second rooster. And I think we can take... So we've got 8 months, 15 months, 10 months, 11 months, 7 months, 13 months, 9 months, and 25 months. So those are our original chickens who have filled this place. I think we'll take the 8 months olds. So move to trailer. Yes. Oh, we can move more than just those. Okay. Oh, no. We need to move all of these. So let's try that. Go down. Should say 30 then. Yep, 30. And move that to trailer. Okay. We want to move... we need to move 125. We'll take the 10 months as well. And there's 25 of those, so move those to the trailer. Yes. We'll take the 15 months olds. There's 25 of them, so move them to the trailer as well. And we need 1 more lot. So we've got 11 months, 7 months, 13 months, 17 months. I think we will take half of the... No, we will take all of the 13 months, I think. No, we'll take all of the 11 months. So move those. Okay. So that should be half our chickens. We've got 8 months, 15 months, 10 months, and 11 months. Yeah, those are a good selection. That leaves 125 in there. So go back. And then we take our herdsman stick now with a decent amount of chickens in. And we have a second chicken area over here. In fact, we've got more eggs have appeared over here. So what I want to do now is bring this over here. again, do that dialogue, and we want to move all 50 of these into the new pen. And then once we've done this, what we'll do is we'll go and get some more feed for the chickens. We've got a load of barley left, so we are going to use that to feed the chickens and fill up both of these. So let's drop the husbandry stick. And no, I need to move the herdsman's stick well out of the way. We'll put it in this corner over here, like so. And then we want to add a rooster. So let's add one rooster into this one as well. Doesn't make much difference. In fact, I don't think it makes any difference. And there we go. So we've now got 126 in here, but that then evens things out a little bit. And we can start getting some feed in there. So we'll have to get through here, and we'll go get the 8340, hook the trailer up, and get some barley moved into feeding our chickens. So how much barley do we have? We've got 26,000 liters. So half of that would be 13,000 liters each. So do that, and we will stop it at 11, 12, 13. Whoa. No, don't tip that. I've got to tip this into here, but I've got to leave 3,000 liters in the trailer. Okay. So tip that. And be very careful about how much we're tipping. And oh wow, that only took it only took half of that. So that's good. That's actually really good. How much feeds do they have? They have 10,000 liters. Okay, so we need to make sure that we got 10,000 liters of barley in here. And how much will they use? That's the question. So they will use over the year 10,000 liters is going to be fine. And the rest of this can all go into our windmill to create more flour and to create more pig feed. And yeah, that is just going to work so well for the farm. I need to basically drive past here with our first load every year and just fill these up. Because that way we're keeping things nice and full. Let's tip that and fill up this one as well. And this will leave another 6,500. Oh, a little bit more because there was some left over in here. We still have 448 liters, but I'm going to leave that alone. And we'll just go and tip this into the windmill. Of course, our JCB is in the way, so we'll move that out of the way. And yeah, that's really good. And it looks like our tractor might even have moved far enough across that field for us to start following up with the roller, which is even better because that means we can crack on with another job today. Although first, as I said, what we want to do, hook up the animal trailer and start getting some pigs sold and getting some more money in from that as well. And in fact, that is going to get us very close to that magic third of the way there today. So I think this will take us actually 3 trips to get this done with our animal trailer. It will save us quite a bit of money getting these sold. So let's hook that up. And it's the top one that we want to take them from. Got a good number of eggs again, which is great. So it won't be too long before more money coming from the eggs. And I'm just wondering how difficult it might be to get a load of money in from the maybe try and get some sort of setup to get a cake going. We don't have a dairy setup on here, of course, so that would cause an issue. Right, we want the oldest, which are going to be worth the most money. So 25 months. Yeah, that's these ones. So we can take, we can take 12 in the trailer. That's really good. So yes, there we go. And yeah, this will only take a couple of trips as a result. Let's head up to the animal market and get these sold. This is the first time we've visited the animal market in this series. And driving up here, I've just noticed something incredible that I just had never realized and is going to make quite a bit of difference. And when we bought the farm, they didn't tell us. So 9,216, we will sell all of those. Yes. Perfect. And that is, as I was driving up here, I noticed 2 blue colored field numbers that I've never noticed before. And yeah, we own field 37 and 38. They're away from our farm. And in fact, we can come back around here and we can take this road back to the farm. And it'll be a much more direct route than all the way I came. But yeah, we own 2 fields up here. We own field 38 and we own field 39. They are worth 22,000 and 14,000 each. And I'm going to sell them because we've never used them. We've got no use for grass. And yeah, so we will sell both of these fields off. And that is actually going to throw us, by some luck, over the quarter or the third of the way there. I'm pretty amazed by that. We are definitely going to pay off some loan today. At 349,000, we're looking really good. If I was to continue on here, I would definitely expand out this way, down through the bottom here, through the woodlands, and yeah, would make sense for the farm to go out through this way. That way we wouldn't have to go onto the road at all. We'd just be able to get nicely set up and yeah, down and through our farm and expand across there. Whole thing just feels so wonderfully connected, and I can't believe I didn't cut through there before, because that would have made so much more sense. I think with where our cedar is, our cedar must be halfway through field 32 at the moment. We are going to want to very soon get that rolled, because time is ticking. The roller won't take very long, fortunately. It's pretty wide, and that's why I'm not too worried. In fact, that's why I'm looking to do it myself. So we've got this one here, 25 months. Only 8 left. Yeah, only 8 left. So move that to the trailer. Yes. And yeah, 25 months is a good time to sell pigs. So we're really good. We've got 20 and 30 left. So yeah, we only had 20 there. Go back and we'll go sell off these other 8. And then we will we'll get a little bit more money. Oh, let's take the mulched bit here, because I'm taking a wrong turning. There is actually a use to this really annoying little bit of field here that got seeded with the wrong thing. I'm actually intrigued to see how much we paid originally for the pigs. So while we're here, how much is it? Yeah, we are making money on the pigs. We're selling them for about 840, and we bought them at full age. In fact, yeah, ready to go. Puberty 6 months. So yeah, we're making money on the pigs. And in fact, at this point, these are our original pigs. So we've made money on our original pigs. And we've... now everything around the pigs is pure profit. Because our pig feed is byproduct of our grain mill. So that just generates pig feed on top of our flour. And the pigs, the original pigs, we've almost sold all of them. In fact, in a couple of months' time, we will be selling the remainders of our original pigs because they're at 25 months in the other pen as well, and they are about to produce piglets. So that will be the perfect time to sell them. The pigs now are pure profit. What a fantastic setup that is. With the animals all sorted, we can head up to the field and start rolling in the crops. The seeder is nicely ahead of us, so we shouldn't catch that up anytime soon. We are a lot wider than it. I am a little bit worried about what it's doing, though. That seems to have got itself into a tailspin. Let's just stop you. See where you're trying to go. You are trying to go around like that. That's fine. Yeah, sometimes they do need that little bit of help, especially at fiddly bits in a field like this. And if we keep an eye on it, it's not going to go trundling off across the map and go and destroy crop, as it has in the past. Back this up. This is going to be a nice big field of barley this year. In fact, our more productive crops are all in the bigger fields this year, which is really good. Nearest waypoint, and away you go. Perfect. That's back on track and off. And now we want to unfold our rollers. You can see that this will do 2 rows at a time, which is pretty fantastic. So this should catch up our seeder fairly quickly. We'll roll in from where the seeder started, even though the seeder is going to go over that bit again. And away we go. And you can see where nothing's been done on the field, the roller isn't going to cause any issues. So yeah, this is good. This should make the job nice and easy. And if I go and set myself up with a course, should be able to also mimic how the seeder is going. So get myself on a nice straight line. 1, 2. And then again, not quite. Oh, just under. Set the width. And away we go. And now things are very easy for us to keep going, doing. Yep, we'll be able to roll this field without any issues at all. We're struggling a little bit uphill with this, but that's not surprising because the hills on this map are quite extreme, and this is not quite a big a tractor as the seeder that's working. All in all, though, things are going pretty well right now, and with the sun setting, we should get both of these jobs done today and the barley in, and then next time we'll look at getting the sorghum in and getting this weeded. For now, though, I think this is where we'll end it for today. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.